the rest of the field joins them, and we're going to get ready to get straight into the action with the women's 1500 metres. I'm Ricky Swanell, and I've got with me double Olympic medalist, Catherine Reuter, Anna Meck, and we'll start to see some of the big guns show their wares early on here on day one. Kristen Santos Griswold already out there for the USA Eagles. She will be racing in this opening heat of the 1500.
And it really is a big benefit to have that bye out of the first round. So we talked before how skaters are here 2 hours before the races start. They're on the bus an hour before that, and they're awake an hour before that. So it's a very early morning here in Seoul. But if you're in the top 20 from last week, you got to sleep in, have a nice little brunch, go for a jog, have a stretch. These athletes probably already seen their physio today, and just they're feeling fresh and ready to race. We are seeing some heavy hitters in this first of the 1500 women's quarterfinals. Ariana Fontana and Kristen Santos Griswold, two skaters to watch.
There she is here, Kristen Santos Griswold, the USA Eagle, currently sitting 5th overall in the Crystal Globe standings. Tinkova from Kazakhstan, Stormarovska, Poland, Pakshai from Hungary, Fontana, the absolute legend, Ariana Fontana, the Italian gladiator, Hao from China, and Yachts, the Dutch Lion, in the first of the 1500 metres. Here she is with number 2 on the helmet, Kristen Santos Griswold for the USA. As we get underway in the first of 7 1500-metre quarterfinals, the first and second place skaters from each of these races and a maximum of the 5 fastest third place skaters will qualify for the semi-finals. So we're seeing some fresh faces out on the ice, but some familiar ones as well. And Ariana Fontana, the Italian legend, the most decorated speed skater in Olympic history in that bright blue Italian gladiator uniform, just sitting second place behind the Dutch Lion of Yachts.
And it's notable here that we have Ariana Fontana and Kristen Santos Griswold in the same race. Whenever they skate together, they often challenge each other, sometimes resulting in a penalty, sometimes in a fall. Hopefully we can have a clean race. As you're seeing here, Kristen Santos Griswold, number 2 on her helmet. That means she was ranked number 2 at last year's World Championships. She wanted to be done after the 2022 games, but after a fall with Fontana in the final, decided I got to go 4 more years and get a better result.
Yeah, that's really given her the drive, and what better way to go and do that than on Fontana's home track when they do get to the 2026 Olympic Games in Milan Cortina. Kristen Santos Griswold's had 3 silver medals so far in the World Tour. Couple in Montreal earlier in the season and 1 in Beijing last week in the 1500 metres as she moves to the front of this race. For now, still the Dutch woman though, the Dutch Lion, just tracking across and coming back into the front.
My eyes are on the Hungarian Falcon backside, moving up into first. She can't hold it. She falls back off her heels and takes out the Kazakhstan nomad with her. Tikhonova.
So 2 go down, just 5 left in this field, and Tikhonova is really slow to get up as well in the back of the shot. It's now Fontana at the front of the field with Santos Griswold on the shoulder. Now making a little move around the outside, the Chinese long is Hao, and she moves her way to the front.
And Kristen Santos Griswold in a little bit of trouble here. That's why you see her stepping out wide, building her speed. She needs to get around Fontana to be in second place in order to have a clear qualification spot in this race.
13 laps in these 1500 metres, 2 to go. They will get the bell after this one. It is still the Chinese long, and that is Wei Hao. And now Santos Griswold gets her way to the front. Fontana just in behind her. They're in first and second at the moment in the optimal position to automatically qualify through to the semi-finals. And it will be 2 of the superstars who do just that. Kristen Santos Griswold of the USA Eagles and Ariana Fontana of the Italian Gladiators.
Stormowska coming in 3rd there with an unofficial 2:34.53. We are taking up to 5 fastest thirds, and that's a surprising result for Stormowska. Poland usually known for their sprinting. Kristen Santos Griswold just 2-foot gliding up into the front there, not spending any more energy than she has to. And here we see the Hungarian Falcon just sitting too far back on her heels. Such a rare fall there. Usually it's the toe digging into the ice. For her, it was the heel digging into the ice. And as the Eagle and the Gladiator head to the front, they come around with ease, qualifying the top 2 spots.
A couple of the veterans showing how it's done in these quarterfinals.
What you'll especially notice as we get on in the rounds and we have more of those veteran skaters coming through, you'll notice how skaters will keep their arms on their back longer, so they're putting forth less energy to make even more powerful moves. You'll also notice the closeness within the pack. The more elite skaters are comfortable skating closer and closer together without creating contact.
Here it is for Kamila Stomoska, the Polish hussar. She will wait to see if she is one of the 5 fastest third place skaters as we move on to heat number 2. Hannah Desmet, the Belgian ice bear, Zhang from the Chinese long, Amy Harai, Japanese ninja Lisa Eckstein, German Wolf, Gabriela Topolska, Polish hussar, Chetsong, the Thai elephant, and Alyssa Pock back out there again. 3rd time we've seen her today, but Hannah Desmet from Belgium has had some really good success so far this season in this race.
Hannah Desmet is very strong in the 1500, but Hannah Desmet, more than every other skater, she's assertive out on the ice. She has no fear. She will try to fit into holes that seem too small for her. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but I love to see an athlete willing to try.
And she is winner in the 2nd leg in Montreal in this event, won the 2nd in the 1st Montreal round in this 1500 metres as well. The Belgian ice bear. She will go out first as this very strategic challenge of the 1500 metres, sitting 6th overall in the Crystal Globe standings. It's Topolska, the Polish hussar as well.
Polish hussar being a warrior, so she's fighting her way to the front, even at this slow pace. But look, more fighting is coming as other skaters try to overtake her and begin to push the pace.
1st and 2nd place skaters will go through. Men at the front just at the moment controlling things with the Polish hussar, Gabriela Topolska, sitting in 2nd, and the Japanese ninja. We've seen them with a couple of sneak attacks already today, the Japanese, and now coming around the outside and into front is the German Wolf to take the front. That is Lisa Eckstein.
Lisa Eckstein, the lone wolf in this 1500 meter quarterfinal. We will start to see multiple skaters from each country. As the rounds progress, you can expect to see 2, 3 Germans, more Polish, and especially those Asian countries, the Chinese and the Koreans, along with Canadians, stacking up as we progress through the rounds today.
Korean fans have had to be very patient so far today. I think we might have only seen 1 Korean skater across the morning session. Now, we'll see a few more certainly as in this race, this women's 1500 metres pace starting to pick up, and it is the Japanese ninja, Amy Harai, going to the front. There's Met just tracking her along the outside, though, and making that move to move her way into 1st position.
And Zhang needs to stick to Hannah Desmet now, and not only does she stick, she sneaks up into 1st.
Really well done by the Chinese long skater. It is Zhang. Desmet looking for a little opening. Only need to be top 2, but you want to be safe and secure in this as these tightly bunched women come together around it. It's Desmet who gets herself back into the front with 3 laps to go.
And they're starting to pull a little bit of space away from Hirai. Let's see if the Japanese ninja can close the gap, but she might be fighting for fastest 3rd at this point.
She's still fighting for something, that is for sure, trying to cling on to the back of these top 2. It is Desmet and Zhang from China. Annette Desmet, Belgian ice bear, who's had great form in this race so far, going to control it to the finish and come away with a comfortable top spot. I think Hirai might have got picked for best 3rd there too by Topolska, perhaps the Polish hussar.
It does look like Hirai got pushed out there by the Polish hussar. I'm a little surprised not to see a yellow dot because what we're looking for from the officials is clear and obvious contact that affects the outcome of the race. Now, the top 2 are the only ones leading on here, but it does affect the outcome of the fastest 3rd qualifying time. Beautiful step to the inside by Yize Zhang. A veteran move and then a power move here by Hannah Desmet, just barely looking up from the top edge of her glasses, coming around the corner. comfortably, 2 arms on her back, finishing in first place.
Gabriela Polska in that third spot. We'll wait to see what happens over the remainder of these quarterfinals to see if she's going to be one of the fastest thirds to advance through to the semi-finals as we move on to the next quarterfinal where we see USA Eagle Corinne Stoddart, who, what a great weekend she had in Beijing last week, winning this event as well, taking great form and up to second in the overall Crystal Globe standings.
Her first World Tour win last weekend, Corinne Stoddart, looking to do it twice this week.
Seoul, Deltrap, Vancouver, Gilva, Mead and Balsulga making up the rest of this field.
Go to the start.
That's a strong 1500 start right there, folks.
We'll go flying out. It is Zoe Deltrap from the Dutch Lions to lead out early. Liam Mead, the New Zealand Ice Kia, into second place with Courtney Searle, the Canadian, the strong Canadian Ice Maples team, where they will feature prominently throughout this afternoon. Stoddart just sitting in fourth at the moment.
Deltrap has her work cut out for her because Courtney Searle and Corinne Stoddart, both well-known endurance skaters. So Deltrap is slowing down the pace a little bit here. I'm surprised by that. I expected her to just go out and fight for that fastest third time, but hey, there's a lot of strong skaters in this race. She's trying to save a little energy in those legs.
Yeah, I guess if you've got those endurance races, do you try and push the pace, or if you try and go out and see if you can cling on towards the end?
The Dutch Lions are very strong, and so, hey, if she doesn't trust her legs, I trust her legs. I know that Deltrap's going to have a little bit left in the tank at the finish, but she is showing her hand a bit, saying, you know what, guys, I can't lead this whole thing. Someone else is going to have to come up front and help me out. So far, no takers.
I was going to say, nobody's taking the invitation at the moment, so it is still Zoe Deltrap in the Dutch Lion with New Zealander, the Kiwi Kia, Liam Mead. Now here comes a couple of the big guns, Searle around the outside with Corinne Stoddart as well.
6 laps to go, so this is about when we typically see it speed up, but here we go. Courtney Searle not speeding up too much, controlling the pace. They are not going for the fastest third time. They are racing on strategy.
Fierce control at the moment on the front from Courtney Searle.
Deltrap holding on there to third place. She needs to be defensive. That means she needs to go into the corners in a straight line. That's called a deep track. And she needs to exit the corners tight on the blocks. That's called a peanut track.
And one of the third fastest skaters will advance, and that's perhaps what the Dutch Lion in that resplendent orange uniform will be looking to as Stoddart and Searle start to take off and really splinter the rest of the field again. Or here comes another little move though from Deltrap. Moved herself into second ahead of Searle as they get the bell for this final lap in the women's 1500. Corinne Stoddart comfortably out the front. Pressure coming on now, and again it's the Ice Maple who gets around the outside in the nick of time. Well fought race from Zoe Deltrap in third for the Dutch Lions, but a comfortable win in the end for Corinne Stoddart.
And a powerful move by Courtney Searle, something again you'll see as we progress through these rounds with more and more elite skaters. The best of the best, they don't mind waiting until the last lap, the last half lap, or even the last straightaway to make their move. Courtney Searle moving around the outside like she's in warm-ups. Seeing here Corinne Stoddart making her move. Deltrap doing the smart thing by defending the inside track. Here's that power move by Courtney Searle. Look how comfortable she looks landing on that right foot, coming around the last corner with so much speed she does not even have to defend the inside lane.
Well, picking up from where she left off in Beijing last week, second in the global Crystal Globe standings, her first ever tour victory just a week ago. Corinne Stoddart of the United States.
Corinne is used to training with Kristen Santos Griswold. They're great friends and great teammates. Corinne Stoddart told me recently the only skater she is just certain to watch every time is her teammate, and I'm sure Kristen returns the favor.
And now a chance for the Korean fans to finally get into one of their favourites. Kim Gil-lee, who wears that number 1, the special number 1 as the World Tour champion, coming in from last season. Rina Yamana from Japan, 2 Japanese ninjas in this one. Nakashima as well. Florent Brunel from Canada. Louisiana Stahl and Tineke Tendel.
Go to the south.
That stunning, specially designed helmet on with the number 1 of the Korean, but it is straight out the front and then easing into her work. There's the Belgian ice bear, it is Tineke Tendel.
And then Louisiana Stahl coming up to the front. Remember, Louisiana Stahl's already touched the ice 2 times this morning, and she's had 2 falls. We're not sure how she's feeling in her back and her hips. Her trainer was helping her off the ice after that 500. She seems to be recovered and comfortable. Not quite in the lead. She and Dindal passing it back and forth.
Looks like she's recovered mentally more than anything. She was quite emotional after that crash and quite a bit of discomfort first thing this morning, and has really regathered herself well, the young skater.
Absolutely, and we are missing a Ukrainian skater. She did not start, Diana Michalchuk. We're not sure what happened to her today. That's my mistake.
Heat number 4, and it is the number 1, Kim Gil-lee, who's sitting 4th overall in the Crystal Globe standings, just overtaken by one of the 2 Japanese skaters in the field. That one's Nakashima, the Japanese ninjas. Now look at getting sandwiched between the 2 of them. Was it's tight and close around that bend.
Lots of jostling for position in this race. It's the ice maple we're missing. Where is Florence Brunel?
It's a good question. We are 1 short in this field. Was listed to start, but not out on the ice. Florence Brunel, another who had a good week in Beijing last week, but not in this 1500 metres. So we will figure that out later, but at the moment it's a couple of ninjas chasing down the Korean white tiger with the number 1 on her helmet and on her back, the target.
That's right, and from here, Kim Gil-lee will lead the rest of this race. With 3 laps to go, you can expect each lap time to be getting faster and faster. She hasn't even started swinging her arms yet. Everyone else in the pack working just to keep pace, fighting for that fastest 3rd time.
Total control and passive on the face, just 20 years of age. Remember, this young woman, an absolute superstar in the sport, a reigning Crystal Globe champion. Wanted in just her 2nd senior season on the tour, and she's going to ease home in her first performance at home. And a nice applause from the crowd as Kim Gil-lee takes an opening win in the 1500 metre quarterfinals.
That's a tough spot to be in by the 2 Japanese ninjas. Obviously, in a perfect world, you want your teammate to make it across, but you want to make it too. Ideally, we see a fastest 3rd time so that those 2 ninjas can move on to the next round. But with a skater like Kim Gil-lee, everyone in that field knew she was coming. It was just a matter of when and how fast.
Photo finish between the 2 Japanese skaters for that 2nd spot. That's the automatic spot into the next round, which is the semi-finals.
Number 51, Yamana, doing a great job sticking to Kim Gil-lee as best she can, defending against her teammate, staying in that 2nd qualifying position, 236.467, going to her teammate Nakashima.
Little to separate the 2 Japanese skaters. It was Kim Gil-lee, the reigning Crystal Globe champion, with the number 1 on their helmet, who wins her quarterfinal with relative comfort.
All right, here's the Ukrainian Wildcat. That was my mistake from before. She is here in quarterfinal number 5, along with another stacked field.
There's a lot of names to remember and a lot to keep track of. It is another of the Korean skaters, Shim, Gong Li from China, Van Oorschot from the Netherlands, Jan Busanova of Kazakhstan, Lam from Hong Kong, and Malichuk from Ukraine.
Go to the south.
the Dutch Lion, Dido van Oorschot, who jumps out early and puts a little bit of distance between herself and the Chinese Yong Gongli to start this race. This 1500 metre, top two will advance straight through to the semi-finals.
Ricky, I have never seen this many 1500s start out at such a pace. What that tells me is that we have a deep field here today. Now, oftentimes if you're feeling confident, you're thinking to yourself, oh, I can kind of go easy until like 7 to go, 4 to go, something like that. But when you know you're up against a strong field, what everyone's doing here is playing to their fitness. Specifically, Dutch Lion Van Oorschot saying, I've got legs. How about you?
Well, we were wondering too, given that these athletes are backing up from last week, back-to-back weekends, as they often do on this series, at 2 back-to-backs in Montreal, but it is a real test of, how are the legs feeling and maintaining throughout your season. If you can keep that pace, keep that form and strength throughout, as the Chinese Long Gongli still just trailing in behind Van Oorschot for now. The Korean skater sitting in third, Shim Soo-ki.
Shim looking very comfortable. She's got those big, long legs. It's easy for her to take those strides. And here she goes, power move up the inside. And then she just sneaks up into second. And here comes a counter attack from Lam.
Yes, saw Shim warming up just out the back earlier. And yes, those long limbs actually giving her a swing. And that's a good counter, though, around coming from the Hong Kong Chilin. That is Lam to the front of the field now with 4 laps to go. Still Gong from China just sitting in behind, and then the Korean Shim into third place as well. These athletes are going to be going head-to-head for many, many months to come with the Asian Games as well. And now Shim, roared on by the home crowd, eases her way through to the front as they count down these last couple of laps. 2 to go. We'll get the bell after this one, and it is Shim Soo-ki from the Korean White Tigers leading out at the moment. Takes the bell for this final lap, still being tracked by Gong from China, but both of these skaters now very comfortable. Shim just putting on a little show at the end to make sure she gets a first place for the home crowd. Second would have been fine to see her through, but a nice performance from one of the home athletes.
I remember when Shim broke out onto the scene, and she's been on top ever since. She has had some adversity to deal with over the years, but a beautiful skater, a rare tall Korean skater using those long legs for her power. Van Oorschot's strategy really worked here. She went a strong pace at the beginning and still held on by the end. Gong moving up into the front with ease, and you see the Dutch skater getting a little unstable there in her shoulder. Shim Soo-ki, very stable, coming around the turn, keeping that right shoulder pinned down to the right thigh, which is good for efficiency, good for speed.
Couple of good results for the Korean White Tigers in these 1500 metre quarterfinals. Shim following off the work of Kim Gilly just prior. Was Van Oorschot, who will wait to see how the other quarterfinals play out. As we have a look at quarterfinal number 6, and it is Danae Blake, who had a great win in Beijing last week in the 1,000 metre, the Canadian Ice Maple, Yorati from Italy, Szeslize Nemet from Hungary, 2 Hungarians in this one, Yazapati as well, Sokolovska from the Polish Hussar, and Solikova from Ukraine. We expect to see many of those Canadian Ice Maples out the front in race after race over the course of this weekend, but at the moment it is one of the Hungarians, the first of the 2 Hungarians in this field. Szeslize Nemet in the front, just leading out her teammate Yazapati for now.
And it is smart of the 2 Hungarian Falcons to go to the front and skate together. They are controlling the pace of this race. Danae Blay will keep that gap there, as you're seeing, between herself herself in second place, remember that means she's either going to close it into an outside move or use it as a defensive strategy against Ioriatti.
The Italian gladiator sitting in 4th position. Ioriatti behind Danae Blay. There's the 2 Hungarians again lead. A little move just coming up on the inside from the Polish skater, Polish Sokolowska. Just spreading across as Blake makes her way to the front of the field. Well-timed move, just gave herself that room that Catherine mentioned. Now try and control things on the front.
Yes, Ioriatti getting stuck there a little bit in 3rd. The Hungarian Falcons, again, trying to work together. This is great strategy. Oh, my goodness.
It's Blay that goes down as the 2 Hungarian Falcons take over the lead. Blay just looking. She picks herself up off the ice as they will come back past her again. Danae Blay, it is under video review. Still the Falcons in the front at the moment, or one of them at the very least, with Ioriatti, the Italian skater, tucked in behind. It is Yazapati at the moment. Yazapati in the front with a couple of laps to go, still 4 laps to go, and Danae Blay can just, all she can do is amble skate around the outside and wait for the outcome to see what happens here. The Canadian Ice Maple who went down in a tumble.
Yazapati maintaining a defensive track here against Ioriatti. Ioriatti really just has to try to stay in second as we come around with 2 laps to go.
Now Ioriatti, she's going to try and make a move into first place and does so too. Takes Yazapati's place at the top of the field. The Hungarians now chasing the Italian gladiator. Pressure coming on from behind Ioriatti, but the Italian has timed her run brilliantly well, and the gladiator goes through in first. Gloria Ioriatti takes the win. We are still under review though after the fall of the Ice Maple, Danae Blay.
Let's go back to the review. There were a lot of moves in that race. Going in, I would say Danae Blay was the favorite, but the Hungarian girls really challenged her there. One on the outside, one on the inside, and potentially is it body contact? It might be blade contact, sending Blay down and to slide into the pads. Ioriatti making it definitively up into the front, no problems there. Only one yellow dot, and you can bet it's coming from the fall of the Canadian Ice Maple.
Video review room officials looking at this one and see what the reasoning for the tumble of Danae Blay, the Ice Maple. There.
Let's see from this angle what happened. She's being overtaken.
Clips her head on the back on the way through, yeah.
Let's see one more angle. She gets stuck back on that right heel, and you're right, there's a bit of a clip coming from number 41. We'll wait and see for the official review.
Oh, that's frustrating though, isn't it? First race of the day, down you go.
Well, it really goes to show that every day is a fresh start. Here, Danae Blay coming off of the first win of her career last weekend, and you can be number 1 week and sliding into the pads on your next week, and that's short track. Doesn't look to be shaken though. I think she knows that if there is a call, it may go her way. She was in qualifying position, which means she is eligible for an advancement.
Jacket straight on. Everyone keeping warm. The next round of races to go. Officials, here we go. We can go and get this official review.
After review, we gave a penalty to skater number 41 from Hungary, an advancement for skater number 10, Canada.
Well, she looked pretty nonplussed by the whole thing, didn't she, Danae Blay? Which, as you can see, she's going to get advanced, and it was the second of the Hungarian skaters Sheslazite Nemet who gets the penalty. So Danae Blake lives to fight another day in the 1500.
And here's the final call, a lane change from outside to in. Just cutting off the speed of Danae Blake, sending her into a tailspin.
So our final quarterfinal in the women's 1500 metres, it's another of the Korean stars, the reigning two-time Olympic champion in this event, Choi Min-jong of the Korean White Tigers. Elisa Konfatola from Italy, 10th overall in the Crystal Globe. Sic from Croatia, Kim from Australia, Buric from Croatia, and Ropetska from Ukraine. And away they go in the last of these quarterfinals. First and second place skaters will advance to the semi-finals, and 5 of the fastest third place skaters across the 7 quarterfinals. At the moment, it's the 2 Croats, the Dalmatians, out the front. There's Valentina Sic and Katarina Buric.
Now here's the thing that everyone on the ice right now is thinking. Choi Min-jung is coming.
Yeah.
It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And when she comes, she'll probably go on the outside. She's got one of the most beautiful outside passes of any woman I have ever seen. So it's great skating here by the Croatian Dalmatians to go to the front, 1 and 2. They might be able to defend for a little while, but if nothing else, they'll have a better chance securing one of those top 2 spots, even pushing the pace here for a potential fastest third. And then again, Choi Min-jung will come around the top. We'll just have to wait and see.
She was sitting 2nd overall in the Crystal Globe standing. Has dropped 1 spot down into 3rd after last week's racing in Beijing. Was overtaken by Corinne Stoddart from the USA. Choi Min-jung, but she has got the absolute pedigree in this event, no doubt whatsoever, the 26-year-old. And she's just comfortably sitting there with that number 90 on the helmet.
And we are seeing the speed pick up now with 6 laps to go. No arms being dropped yet. Skaters skating comfortably with arms on their back. However, increasing the pace. You can see as they come out of this pivot here, the quicker the crossovers are on the corner exit, the quicker they're accelerating around the ice.
It's still the 2 Dalmatians in the front. They've been there in front, and here she goes now, Choi Min-jung, looking to get around the outside. That burst of acceleration being held off for now, but only momentarily as she makes her way to the front. The Italian Confortola goes with her as well, and look at the 2 extend away. Clever from the Italian gladiator, just go with Choi Min-jung with 2 laps to go, and now they can take control in the front of this race.
Kim fighting for that fastest third time. Great strategy by Confortola to stick to Choi Min-jung like glue.
Yeah, she did exactly that, and it will be Choi Min-jung and Confortola, Elisa Confortola, the Italian gladiator, sitting into 2nd place, and the Australian racing roue, Hyoi John Kim, takes a 3rd spot. She'll wait to see if that will be quick enough, but really well timed from, as you would expect, of a woman of that caliber.
Here we are watching the replay. Choi Min-jung playing a patient game here, sitting in the back until we see it right here. She just barely drifts out wide, increases the foot speed. While everyone else is holding their pivot around the corner, she keeps crossing. That's why she's the best of the best, especially at this move on the outside. Confortola keeping pace. An impressive move by the Italian gladiator.
Now the local crowd here at the Mokdong Arena in Seoul will be pleased with what they've seen from a couple of their superstars in the 1500 metres. Their confirmation, Choi Min-jung and Elisa Confortola, the 2 automatic qualifiers from the last of the quarterfinals, and now the Australian Kim with the small queue sitting by her name should be enough to see her through to the semi-finals as well. Corinne Stoddart from the USA, the fastest time of the women's quarterfinalists, all of them through there. Of course, the advancement for Danae Blake after she took a tumble, but will get the chance to carry on as well. We'll move into the men's quarterfinals now of the 1500 metres. It's exactly the same first two, and we get our first chance to see our leader of the men's crystal globe, the Canadian ice maple, William Dongenou, sitting out in front of the field and has been in some form, but felt he wanted a little bit of a reset this weekend after Beijing.
He and teammate Felix Roussel helping each other out, getting their skin covered with their cut-proof material as they head to the line.
Goes to the start.
Dongenou and Roussel, the two Canadian ice maple, Shogo Miyata and Japanese ninja Fei Van Dam from Belgium, Benche Nogradi, the two Hungarians in here, in fact, Moon Won-jun as well, and it is William Dongenou who will go out from the front. Absolutely dominated in Montreal, the two events back at home for him. A month or so ago, yeah, 6 weeks or so ago. And it has given him a really good advantage, 238 points at the top of the Crystal Globe standings.
Van Dam doing his best to keep the two ice maples apart, but it's hard to do with Roussel and Dongenou being far and away the highest ranked skaters in this men's quarterfinal.
Had a good week too last week, didn't he, Felix Roussel? I loved the quote from him. He said, "I've always been a racer. Ask my teammates, I'm a terrible trainer." It was nice, and he said, "I never have the legs in training, but get him in a race, and that's where it's bread and butter. That's the stuff he loves." And it sort of absolutely showed with helmet number 5. They've just been squeezed out a little here, the Canadians, as the Japan ice ninja Shogo Miyata comes to the front of the pack, and as Dongenou, that tall, lean figure sitting in behind at the moment.
Miyata living up to his name of the Japanese ninja. A stealthy move there. No one saw it coming, and just now the pack's coming back together. Just wait, folks. We're about half a lap away from a big move.
At the moment, it is Miyata with Dongenou, the Crystal Globe leader, tucked in behind, hands and arms behind the legs. Roussel trying to ease his way up the field, and now Dongenou takes that inside to get in front of Miyata as well. Still work to do from Roussel, but he comes up the inside too. Top 2 advance, remember, still 4 laps to go in this 1500 metres, and it is Dongenou, the Crystal Globe leader from Japan's Miyata.
Roussel still needs to make a move. Miyata doing some great defensive skating here to stay in second.
The two Hungarians being blocked out of it at the moment, and now Roussel tries to make that move on Miyata. Still can't get him as Dongenou stretches out his advantage, and now there's going to be a real push between Roussel and Miyata. See if Roussel can try and close this gap. He's not going to be able to. It will be Dongenou who eases home with his first win of the day in this quarterfinal. Shogo Miyata, the Japanese ninja, into second, and Felix Roussel will hope to be one of the 5 fastest third-place skaters.
Really great defensive skating by Miyata. A stealthy move in the beginning and then some great defense throughout. So seeing our replay here. Dongenou doing the great outside to in pass. He makes it look easy. It's not that easy, folks. And then Miyata holding off Roussel. Roussel had the right track pattern, but Miyata had the right speed coming down the straightaway. 2:19.986 by Felix Roussel. That will be one of the times to beat for those 5 fastest thirds.
7 quarterfinals in this men's field. This is for Roussel. I'd like to see as the first quarterfinal is done, how the rest of them play out. There are some big names to come, not the least coming up in this second heat, where it is the number 1 on the helmet of Park Ji-won, the local hero, Jens van Valt from the Dutch Lions as well, Kisha Kazakhstani, Hayashi from Japan, Murphy from Luxembourg, and Berzins of Latvia. But all eyes on Park Ji-won, the reigning Crystal Globe champion, hoping for big things on home ice.
Denis Nikisha from the Kazakhstan Nomads, typically known as a sprinter, but made it to the A final in this event last week in Beijing. His coach told me after the race, we were just using that as a warm-up, and there he was in the top
Sure.
6.
Well, that race was won by Park Ji-won. His first gold of the season last week for a man originally born in Gangneung and now based here in Seoul. That brilliant white helmet, it is Luxembourg's Peter Murphy who tucks in behind Park Ji-won to ease into this 1500 metres, the second of our men's quarterfinals.
Jens van Twalt moving out on the outside into the first position.
We talked earlier about skaters and some of the cuts and they can suffer. And Jens van Twalt, one of those.
Van Twalt having a scar on the left side of his face from a skating accident. It's very rare. I've seen it happen 2, maybe 3 times in 2 decades in the sport, but it does happen, causing his teammates, the Belzebor sisters, to wear a full face shield to avoid the same fate.
He does kind of own that scar now though too, doesn't he? Just,
look tough.
Yeah, absolutely makes him look tough. We're not put a mongrel on the track at the moment though. It is a Park Ji-won who is leading on from Van Twalt.
I think the saying is everyone wants to be a lion until you have to start doing lion stuff.
Yeah.
And that is what Jens van Twalt is doing out there right now.
He was ready to roll with it. Settling into a rhythm, these skaters at the moment. It's Park Ji-won and Jens van Twalt just controlling things at the front of the race. Their first skate of the day. A couple of these other guys have already been out there earlier in the day. Nikisha sitting up in third, the Kazakh Nomad as well, trying to make a little move on the inside. The bearded man in helmet number 17. And now a little bit of heat coming on Park Ji-won as Van Twalt looks to go around the outside, then comes back in on Park Ji-won to overtake the number 1 at the moment, who has got home support behind him, no doubt. There's great rivalry between Dutch and Korean skaters as well across all disciplines. And now it's Van Twalt.
Nikisha doing a great job defending that third position, but Berzins is an elite athlete. Can he make it on the outside? He's fighting, can he hold it?
Just held on around that corner to Berzins to get into third spot from Nikisha at the front of the race. And it is still Van Twalt and Park Ji-won. They will take the first 2 spots, and it is the Latvian Berzins, the Latvian gold star, shone out to take third place.
And Berzins having more energy in the beginning of that race, but consistently being shut down by Nikisha. So as we say, it's not always the strongest skater. Sometimes it's the smartest skater. 2 arms on the backs. Park Ji-won comes around Jens van Twalt. Jens setting up that beautiful outside to in pass. Right here, carving inside tight on the blocks of the corner exit. Little 2-footing coming around that last turn. And a 2:20.957 for Berzins, hoping for that fastest third.
Into quarterfinal, number 3 in the men's 1500 metres. Another of the Koreans, Jang Sung-woo, out there as well. Thomas Nadalini, the Italian gladiator. Mohamed Bozjag, the Turkish Anatolian par. Brandon Kim from the United States Eagles. Lucas Henry Koo of Brazil. And Zhu Yiding from the Chinese Luongs. The Italians, they are absolutely resplendent. That bold, bright blue of the gladiator uniform. Thomas Nadalini. And this one as well, getting into position. Big shift from Lucas Henry Koo of Brazil out on the ice again. And also eyes on the number 6, Jang Sung-woo of the Korea White Tigers. It is the Chinese skater Zhu Yiding of the Longs to lead out this 1500-meter quarterfinal from the Italian gladiator Thomas Nadolini. And then the Korean White Tiger just tucked in third position in the early stages here, Jang Sang-woo.
A strong start, now settling in as we come around 11 laps to go, and that's pretty normal. You won't see the pace of a 1500 start to pick up until closer to 7. Now remember, the 1,000 meter, the middle distance, is really what'll start the legs to be burning from all that lactic acid building up, and they're coming around with that 1,000 meter mark right now.
You want to try and be, I guess, quite as efficient as possible in these early stages. At the end is when you're going to need that top end speed and things start to build up, as you say. 8 laps to go now.
And it's not just their legs, especially with the cold air in this ice rink. Their lungs are burning. By the end of the weekend, everyone's going to have a cough. Oh no, then Nadolini stays on his feet.
Somehow managed, and now just trying desperately to try and tack on the back of the group is Thomas Nadolini, the Italian gladiator, having to use all that gladiatorial effort to grab back on, and he has almost got his way back on the group, but it's gut-busting stuff. It's really good work to keep himself in contention. See if he's got any legs at the end of it as the pace is pushed at the front of the race by Jang of Korea, and Brandon Kim of the USA Eagles now hitting the front.
Incredible. Brandon Kim, well known for his sprinting abilities, and here he is leading with 3 laps to go in a 1500.
Oh, look at the effort of Nadolini to try and get himself into a third position. At the moment, he's really pushing, but it is still the Korean at the front of the race, and Jang and the Chinese now into second. Oh, and Nadolini still going on that bell lap as we try and bring it around. It will be Jang Sang-woo who's going to ease his way home with the Chinese Luong. Zhu into second, and how's the effort from the Italian gladiator get himself into third?
Incredible, truly incredible, and that was a fast time. That's the fastest race we have seen so far. Leader finishing in a 2:16. We do have one yellow dot on your screen.
Officials looking into something.
Possible Italy to China is what the officials are saying. So Italy trying to sneak up the inside, pulling level, but not clearly finishing the pass, causing some contact. Now, there's always the potential for a shared responsibility in that instance. However, the notes I'm getting here is that they are looking at a possible call on Italy.
All that work to get himself back into contention. Thomas Nadolini, and it's now going to be reviewed in the warmest room in this rink. The officials are having a look over the videos.
That is the warmest room down there.
Well, the officials out on the ice feel a little bit aggrieved, I think, in some of their career decision making. Here it is again.
Yeah, so I see two separate things happening here. I see Nadolini trying to force a move that's not quite there. I also see the Chinese skater Zhu not forcing contact, but also not giving way. And that's always a question: is whose job is it to give way? And we are receiving another update here for the Italian skater. End of straightaway, not giving space.
Chinese skater Zhu there in 1:14 on the helmet.
U.S. coaches there hoping for a call that benefits their skater, Brandon Kim, who's unfortunately, it looks like his legs blew up there a little bit. Now, Brandon did have 2 pretty nice inside passes, but off of both of those moves, he was unable to take crossovers into the corner. Not only does that slow down the speed, but it also puts a lot of pressure on the legs. this is considered a power sport, so high lactic acid in this sport. If you've ever ran a 400 or an 800 meter in track and field, well, you know
it's the horrible distance. It's basically a sprint, but it's kind of not.
That's what
that's the sport.
Truly, and that's more typical of the 1,000 meter, but just that heaviness in the legs, that burning in the legs, again caused by lactic acid building in the muscles of these athletes as they hold those turns. We go to the ice.
After a review, we gave a penalty to skater number 114 from People's Republic of China.
Oh, so it's the Chinese skater Zhu who is handed the penalty, and he was in second spot, so that means Natalini gets the automatic qualifying spot after that near tumble, how he stayed on his skates, and it was in fact the Brazilian Henry that came through with the third quickest qualifying time.
So Chinese skater Zhu Yiding, failure, outside skater not giving space, and we do, yeah. And look at that, how Natalini stays on that right inside edge and pops back up.
The powerhouse work to get himself back into it. Here we go, continuing on. Desmet, Corey from Australia, Lee from China, Ivchenko, the Kazakh nomad, Metahan Atan from the Turkey Anatolian Pars, and Ivan Donchev from the Bulgarian Kings. So, Sina Desmet, the Belgian, going to sit in behind the Australian racing route. Brendan Corey, the kangaroo feature, the mascot of the country. These ones racing.
Brendan Corey coming off of a couple of hard falls last week, but I saw him this week in the athlete cafeteria, and I asked him, hey, how you feeling? And he said, I'm back to normal, feeling good, ready for a new week of races.
Breed them tough down that part of the world, that is for sure. It is Brendan Corey at the moment. And then sitting in behind him is the Bulgarian Ivan Donchev.
My eyes are on Stan Desmet here, that he is a specialist in the 1500. He's just sitting in the back, playing a patience game now, but you can bet when it's time to move, he'll make a powerful move on the outside all the way to the front.
The white, black and yellow of the Ice Bears uniform. Oh, keep an eye as the Bulgarian goes down. It was just a tangle of bodies, and Ivan Donchev is the skater who falls. Desmet did well to steer clear of any danger there.
Really well, and here comes Desmet on the outside.
Wide on the outside as well, moving himself up into third, and then looking to get around the racing route of the Australian Brendan Corey, and Desmet almost into that position. In fact, he is. Brilliantly done by the Belgian.
Now eyes on Li Wenlong from the Chinese Longs. He's in third position, but here he goes, moving up the inside smoothly to second.
Really tight between these 5 races. We've lost one. That is Donchev, who took a tumble a couple of laps ago. And it's still Desmet, and now the Chinese Long in the inside, taking that lead off Desmet. That is Li Wenlong of the People's Republic of China. The Australian Corey still hanging on.
A good try by Brendan Corey. He just can't hold it. Atan sticking in that third spot. Making a move, but there's room. There's a room.
There was no room for him to get through. It's knocked Desmet out of the fray. That will certainly be under review. There's a couple of yellow dots to look at right on that final lap, but it'll be the Chinese skater who steered clear of it all to take first spot. That is Li Ivchenko into second spot, but we will wait to see, as Desmet was certainly well and truly in the mix there before that move from the Turkish Anatolian part took him out.
So much effort by Brendan Corey to stay up close to the front. That is what you have to do in a race like this. Now, a lot of jostling by the Bulgarian and the Turkish skater there. Now, that could be shared responsibility, neither skater giving way. The Bulgarian pressing in, the Turkish skater pressing out. The Bulgarian king receiving the bad end of the bargain. But here we go, the Anatolian par trying to sneak up in the inside. There's no room, causing contact with the Ice Bear, Stan Desmet. creating space for the Kazakh Nomad. Ivchenko will have to wait and see the final result.
No drama for Lee at the front. And I'd imagine if you're out the front, you hear it all going on behind you, and you've got to maintain that absolute focus of what you are doing in front of you, regardless of the carnage elsewhere. The officials having a look at a couple of incidents in that quarterfinal.
That's right, and you can bet these leading skaters, they can hear any scuffles going on behind them. They can feel any touches on the low back. And remember, contact from behind is a call in this sport. So just because you're in front doesn't mean that you're safe. Here we see that pass again. No crossovers going into the corner by the Turkish Anatolian par. Blocks go flying. Stan Desmet staying on his feet. But watch here, Turkey coming in a little too late. Stan holding on. Even coaches just sitting back and relaxing as we wait for the final call. Stan knows something's gonna happen. What's it gonna be? The Ice Bear hoping the call goes in his favor. And let's talk for a moment about the Turkish Anatolian Pars. Their federation doing tremendous work to invest not only in their coaching, but also in their rink facilities, in their padding systems. And what you're seeing right now is a young team learning how to race at that international level. It is a contact sport. It is a close proximity sport. But that being said, there's a method to the madness. There's a way to set these passes up. Sometimes it takes 2 or 3 laps to time the perfect pass. Now, what I'm seeing here from the Turkish skater is that he's got the idea right. He knows what he's got to do. Just doesn't have the finesse quite figured out at this point.
The rest of the Belgian Ice Bears watching on will figure out which way the camera is as opposed to looking at themselves on the screen. This man is on screen. Let's get down for the official review.
After review, we gave a yellow card to skater number 95 from Turkey, an advancement for skater number 8 from Belgium.
So a yellow card meaning a little more than just a bad pass, maybe a flagrant bad pass. What I'll say about that is that it was a late pass. If you're going to set up that kind of move going into the corner, it has to be calculated. It cannot be a split-second decision because it does endanger other skaters in the field. It wasn't the wrong move. It just wasn't done the way that degree of difficulty move needs to be done in order to be completed safely.
And what does a yellow card mean for the future for the skater, for the rest of the meet for Atam?
A yellow card means that he has lost his points for this distance. So he not only will he not be able to move on, he's now moved to last place and forfeits any points he's accumulated so far.
Not to worry for these men who head out onto the ice for our 5th quarterfinal. A couple of Americans in this one. Nico Anderman from Austria, who's had a big workload already to date. Theo Collins from Great Britain, Shepard from Czechia, and Elon, the Dutch Lion in the orange. The 2 American Eagles in the centre of there. We've seen Clayton De Clemente already today. Haven't seen Andrew Hill.
Andrew Hio is coming into this event as the top-ranked American male. The only one here with Olympic experience from the 2022 Olympics in Beijing.
It is a large figure of the Austrian Nico Anderman at the front at the moment from the Czechia Ice Spider, but the first of the USA Eagles just trying to ease into position and to the front. At the moment, a gentle enough pace. That heat will start to come on and then loses that space again and goes back down into 4th position, does Hio.
A lot of fighting just to sit in second. Here goes Andrew Hio. He needs to finish the move this time. He needs to definitively get up into 1st. I'd like to see Clayton move up with him into the top 3 along with Amons.
Almost answering your wishes. In fact, they are answering the wishes of 2 Americans now with tucked in behind Friso Amons, the Dutch Lion as well. So here and De Clemente, little move coming on the inside now. It's tight through there, but good positioning from the Czechia Ice Spider. That is Shepard, still the Dutchman, and the 2 Americans, the US Eagles, looking to soar this weekend.
Good counterattack and defensive skating by Clayton De Clemente. Now it's time for him to step out, build speed, and get to the front.
The first and second place skaters from each race will advance. At the moment, that is the Dutchman and one of the Americans here. De Clemente still sitting in third. All 6 of these skaters tightly tucked together midway through this 1500.
Now Amons will continue to get faster and faster, so these American Eagles do need to fly. They need to get to the front before it's too late.
Certainly is starting to pick up the pace. Just a little look over that right shoulder from Amons to see where the Americans may be. They are still sitting with him at the moment, the 2 Americans in the red, white and blue, sticking tight together and closing in on the Dutchman, who keeps his place at the front as they get the bell in this tight 1500-metre quarterfinal. It's still the Dutchman, Amon. Now the Americans cannot find a way around the big Dutch figure, and it is Clayton De Clemente who came up on the outside, the second of the Americans to take second spot. And it was Amons, a Dutch Lion, who took control of the race.
A good progressive lead from Amons. It's one of the most effective strategies because let's look here. We are seeing some jostling for position. 2 skaters both going head to head, neither one wanting to give way. Amons moving with ease out to the front. Clayton De Clemente tucking into third behind his teammate Andrew Hio. Now Hio steps out to try to make a pass, but what's he do? He opens the door for his teammate Clayton to move up the inside and finish in that second place qualifying position. 2:25.423 by Andrew Hio does not look like it's going to be a fastest third.
Well, it's classic, isn't it? The teammates, obviously you want to see your teammates succeed, but also you know each other so well, you know where there might be an opening from one of your mates and the opportunity to take advantage, which De Clemente did.
And truly it is a speed skater's job to defend, to go on defense before going on offense. It's honestly one of the frustrating parts of the sport. Just because you're fast enough to pass the person in front of you, as soon as you show your hand, you open the door for the person behind you to make a move you weren't expecting. That's exactly what we just saw happen to Hio. Good racing by De Clemente.
Heat 6 it is in the men's quarterfinal. Stephen Dubois, the Canadian Ice Maples, 5th on the Crystal Globe standings. We see Robert Kruisberg, gold star of Latvia, Dan Iwasa, Japanese ninja Dan Kos, Dutch Lion Young Humbien Jung from the German Wolves, and Mika Klevstuen from the Norwegian Vikings.
Go to the start.
And even within that Canadian Ice Maples team, there's just such a beautiful illustration of the different skaters that you can have. The tall, lean figure of Donjanu, and then you get down there, the bearded figure sitting in 4th place at the moment as it's Dan Kos of the Dutch Lions leading out the early stages of this 1500-metre quarterfinal here in Seoul.
Dan Kos coming off some personal bests last weekend in Beijing, telling me this morning he's feeling good, ready to race.
The Norwegian, the Viking, out the front at the moment. We've seen plenty of Klevstuen already today coming through the earlier heats.
Dan Kos ready to get back out into the front. He does seem to be most comfortable up there, especially in these earlier rounds when you want to stay out of trouble. Bearson's making a tight move up into second place.
It's the trouble. Almost there. The Latvian gold star came through. Now looking to get into the action, get himself into the mixer, and to the front is the Canadian Ice Maple.
Stephen Dubois getting to the front and immediately standing up a little bit through his knees, which slows down his speed, but also helps him conserve energy. Dan Kos just does not want to give it up. He wants to lead. I almost wonder if he's using this as a training race because he's going harder than he has to. That being said, it is a strong field. Maybe he's just playing it safe.
A little bit of a gap. Dubois just in behind him, and it is the Latvian Kruisbergs, the golden star, sitting in 3rd position. Top 2 advance through to the semi-finals, or semi-finals, depending on what part of the world you're from.
I would like to see the Japanese ninja make a move. Right now is the time. The race will only get faster, so if anybody's going to try to challenge Dan Kos, it's too late. He's taking off. He's going to lead the rest of this race to the finish. Unless Stephen Dubois got something up his sleeve, let's see.
Been really strong throughout, has the Dutchman Dan Kos as Dubois tries to take him on shoulder to shoulder, real close proximity, and it is the Canadian Ice Maple who gets himself in front of Dan Kos just on the bell lap. And Dubois now trying to take control, and pressure coming on from all quarters for Kos. It's really tight between Kos and the Japanese Ninja Iwasa for second and third as well. Here's Dubois as well, lunge for the line. A photo finish, in fact, for first and second in the end.
Well done by Dan Kos, not only leading so much of that race, but completing so many passes. And so imagine every time you want to accelerate and move to the front, what he's basically done in that race is created a high-intensity interval workout for himself. There are a couple different strategies. You can do a progressive strategy, a tempo strategy, or a variable speed, which is what we just saw. It is the hardest on the legs. Steven Dubois making it look like child's play as he skates around the outside. Look how close they get together. That is the sign of elite skaters being able to come within centimeters of one another without throwing off the technique. Oh, and that was Roberts Kruisbergs. That was not Bearsens. That's my mistake. Roberts Kruisbergs, the Latvian gold star, coming in fourth.
He's got taken by Dan Iwasa, Japanese Ninja.
A 2:15, that is by far the fastest 1500 we've seen so far today.
Dubois and Kos straight through to the semi-finals. Dan Iwasa, imagine now that was the penultimate of our quarterfinals, looking strong as we head into the final one now. Tracy of Great Britain roars, Petra Sighal, the Italian gladiator Liu from the Chinese Luong Nowinski, the Polish Hussar Lee from Korea, and Thomas from the Polish Hussars. Here is Lee Jung-soo.
Go to the start. Ready.
The two Polish skaters get to the front alongside the Great British Royal Tracy. Are there any, when there are a couple of teammates, and their team tactics perhaps between these two Polish skaters against the rest of the field?
It's I wouldn't say team tactics. What I would say is that it's to a skater's benefit to skate behind someone that they train with. And you don't have to be two Polish skaters. You could be just any two people who train together, or maybe who grew up together. You know how each other skates. Lee Jung-soo moving up to the front. Now, in his younger days, this young man would time trial a 1500 start to finish. No one could challenge him on a single lap of the race. At this point in his career, he is very valuable as a relay team member, but still able to compete at an elite level here in our distance, our endurance distance, the 1500.
It's still from Great Britain, Neil Tracy leading through the first half of this 1500. This is the final of our quarterfinals in the men's 1500. The two Polish skaters still working well in tandem, and another one just makes a nice little move up the inside to go to the front of the field. Did the Polish Hussar.
Petra Sighal moving up to the front. Lee Jung-soo coming with. We'll see if he's able to, oh my goodness, 3 skaters down.
All 3 down, and it is one of the Koreans. It is the Korean Lee Jung-soo clutching his back too. Niall Tracy, the British skater as well, and one of the Polish, so still the 3 to go. It was Nowinski of the Poles who's gone down, so Sighal, Thomas and Liu, the 3 remaining in this one, absolutely under video review. One of them, as it was Lee Jung-soo, who took a really heavy tumble of the 3 of them. At the moment, the Italian gladiator, Pietro Sighal, the famed Italian skating family, leading out from the Chinese skater Liu on the belt. Thomas, the Polish Hussar, just easing up as well. He was going to hope for a best 3rd place, but there's certainly going to be a review into this race as it's taken out by Pietro Sighal. In fact, it was Liu just got it on the line, excuse me, from Sighal.
And remember that any advancements that move forward do take away from the fastest thirds. So going into this round of skating, it was supposed to be 5 fastest thirds, and now we'll be down to 4 fastest thirds with the advancement of Stan Desmet, maybe even down to 3 after that move that we just saw. We'll have to wait for the official result.
Lee Jung-soo up and about again, but when he got up from that tumble, he did clutch at his back. Just see him there, just trying to wriggle it out, stretch out that back and that body, as we will await what looks to be a pretty quick decision by the officials on this one.
Going here to the replay, Jung-soo moving easily up into first, got that those long, beautiful strides. Now, Lee on the outside, it looks like Niall Tracy falls down first, taking down the Polish Hussar and then the Korean White Tiger. You see the blocks flying, all 3 skaters go down together. Jung-soo getting his feet up, but a little whiplash there as he spins like a top off the pads. It's probably why maybe either his shoulder, maybe even his neck is feeling a little hurt. Nowitzki giving us some love there, saying hi. Is that Nowitzki?
He's been a skater, as I say, in good form and seems to be relishing his sort of time in the spotlight that he's had and the moves he's making up the standings, sitting 9th in the overall Crystal Globe, even though he's one of the skaters who's taken a tumble here. All 3 of them on top of each other, and it's awkward into those barriers.
And watching this time, so again, Lee is on the outside, but watch the hand of the Polish Hussar. It looks like Niall Tracy skates up into the pivoting hand of Nowitzki. Me personally, that doesn't look like an arm block. That looks like just a plain old pivot. Yeah, you almost have to do that going around the corner of the ice. We're looking at a possible penalty, Great Britain to Poland, Great Britain to Poland. Corner contact from the inside out.
It's impressive their ability just to crash and not really a peep comes out of them. They just sort of go down in a tumble. I'd be yelling, screaming, all sorts. What's going on? Just analysing it now, not sure.
Well, and there is such technology in the pads now that truly the blades are always a little scary to fall with, but as long as you're going into the pads with a good angle, and what I mean by that is either leading with your back, or if you're sliding on your back, putting your feet up so your blades are out of the way. You always run the risk of a little bit of whiplash coming off of the pads, but again, the technology of the padding system has improved so much over the years, a great reduction in injury from what we saw even just 10 years ago in this sport.
So there are good ways to crash in this sport if you have to go down. As the Korean team watch on to see the outcome of this review and what it means for their man. Let's find out.
After review, we gave a penalty to skater number 27 from Great Britain, an advancement for skater number 18 from Poland, and 1-2-8 from Korea.
So 2 advancements from that race then it means for Michał Nowitzki, the Polish Hussar, and importantly for the locals, Lee Jung-soo, both get advancements despite that crash, a penalty going against Niall Tracy of the British Royals.
And those 2 advancements will take away 2 more of our fastest third times. Here's the, we're not going to get the, yes, here we go. Here's the official call on Niall Tracy in the corner, lane change from inside to out.
There are the top qualifiers from the men's 1500 metre quarterfinals going through to the semi-finals. Field started to be whittled down a wee bit, still plenty of more skating to come, more racing to come as well as we have a look through. And with the 3 advancements, so that does take us down to just two skaters with the advancement on time, or qualifying by time. That's Dan Iwasa from Japan and Henry Koo Lucas from Brazil. And we will have an ice break to get us ready for the 500 metre heats for women coming up. Our first chance this weekend to see our Crystal Globe leader, Sandra Vilsabor. She is up next after this short break.
퍼스트와의 인연은 특별했습니다. 다양한 분야의 금융 전문가들이 가장 좋은 플랜을 늘 제시해 주었죠. 자산관리, 전 KB 골덴 와이스터 퍼스트를 추천합니다. 당신의 내일을 위로, 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 위로.
당신이 위로 라이즈 할 수 있도록 라이즈 ETF.
그것은 새로운 간장치킨? 맛소, 맵소? 맵소? 맵소 되게 맛있어. 와우, 맵소비 매콤 달콤 짭조름 간치킨의 위대한 탄생. BBQ 맵소비 맛있어? 그 손 지우시고.
깨비증권 많이 컸다. 모두의 행복 커져라 뚝딱. 깨비증권 KB증권.
KB페이 다 되는 페이인 거 알죠? 쇼핑도 되나요? 되죠.
한국 호텔도
되잖아. 내 차관리 계좌마다
언제 쌓게
되지. 된대요. 돼. 결제해서 라이프까지 됩니다. 다 되는 페이. KB페이. 세상엔 수많은 파랑이 있다. 하지만 우리의 파랑에 정답은 없다. 있는 그대로 파랑하자.
나의 금융 플랜에 맞춰 좋은 차를 바로 찾으니까. 계획 있는 삶, 여유 있는 삶. KB 차차차.
나의 금융 플랜에 맞춰 좋은 차를 바로 찾으니까. 계획 있는 삶, 여유 있는 삶. KB 차차차. 어떤 파랑이든 있는 그대로 파랑하자. 아시죠?
남자 1500m 준준결승 경기에서 브라질 루카스 헨코 선수와 일본 이와사난 선수는 기록으로 다음 라운드에 진출하겠습니다.
The men's 1500 meter quarterfinal race. We have Brazil, Lucas Henrique, and Japanese ninja Iwasa Don qualified for semifinals.
대한민국 모두의 금융 흥행작이 될 때까지. 더 퍼스트와의 인연은 특별했습니다. 다양한 분야의 금융 전문가들이 가장 좋은 플랜을 늘 제시해 주었죠. 자산관리, 전 KB 골덴 와이스터 퍼스트를 추천합니다.
당신의 내일을 위로 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 위로
당신이 위로 라이즈 할 수 있도록 라이즈 ETF.
그것은 새로운 간장치킨? 맛소, 맵소? 맵소? 맵소도 되게 맛있어. 와우, 맵소비 매콤 달콤 짭조름 가치킨의 위대한 탄산 BBQ 맵소디. 맛있어? 그 손 치우시오.
깨비증권 많이 컸다. 모두의 행복 커져라 뚝딱. 깨비증권 KB증권.
KB페이 다 되는 페이인 거 알죠? 쇼핑도 되나요? 되죠.
항공호텔도
되잖아. 몇 천 원이 되다마다
언제 샀겠지?
되지. 된대요. 돼. 결제해서 라이프까지 됩니다. 다 되는 페이. KB페이. 세상엔 수많은 파랑이 있다. 하지만 우리의 파랑에 정답은 없다. 있는 그대로 사랑하자.
The continuation of racing on day one of round 4 of the Short Track World Tour coming to you from the Mokdong Arena in Seoul, and we are moving into the heats of the women's 500 metres, and that gives us a first chance to see this weekend the Crystal Globe leader Zandra Wilseboer of the Netherlands, who has been absolutely dominant in this 500 across the season. Winner in Montreal 1, winner in Montreal 2, winner last weekend in Beijing. She has been ultra consistent across the other events as well, and that is why Zandra Wilseboer, who wear helmet number 3 from the Dutch Lions, is at the head of the Crystal Globe. The legend Ariana Fontana in this field as well. Petra Yazapati from Hungary, Ki Kurokawa of Japan, and Lam Qingyan in this 500 metres, with all eyes on the number 3 with the face protector over her as well. Zandra Wilseboer, a 23-year-old of the Dutch Lions. And it is Wilseboer who has just been absolutely unstoppable in this event so far this season, but so unstoppable they'll have another go.
Another go at it. I'm not sure what happened there with Lam. Something, she lost her speed and had to stand up and got the restart. And it is impressive how Zandra has been so dominating at the 500, but it's because of, well, it's a couple reasons. One reason is because of her start. She's tremendous, but it's also because of her top speed. So here we're seeing what happens.
She just had a little stumble just as she came out of the blocks here. And
looks like there was a little blade contact between the Japanese Ninja and the Hong Kong Ice Chillin. Kurokawa and Lam. We're back for round 2.
Right. Skaters get a redo. This time, all 5 of them cleanly off the start in this 500 metre, and it is Wilseboer straight out to the front with Fontana straight behind her.
And it will be challenging for anyone to overtake our top 2 skaters here, Zandra and Fontana, well known as some of the world's best sprinters.
Absolutely dominant so far this season, as we were saying, Zandra Wilseboer, and behind her, the 11-time Olympic medalist, the most decorated Olympic short track skater in history, in the blue of the Italian Gladiators. Third place skater, first and second go through a maximum, the 2 fastest third, so a really good finish at the end there for Petra Yazapati, just to stick on the tail of those top 2 skaters, Wilseboer and Fontana, to hopefully get her in as a best third place through to the quarterfinals.
So we're seeing here as the skaters build up to top speed, Wilseboer just having that unmatched foot speed off of the start and really quick off the apex too. A little stumble there, she gets stuck on her outside left edge. Not sure if that's the ice or just a little bit of technique. A quick recovery though, and it does not impact the outcome of the race.
First job done for our Crystal Globe leader, Zandra Wilseboer. Keeping herself warm around the neck as well, face protector, everything, and out she goes. Time of 43.324 from Fontana.
Yazapati coming in a 43.415. We are taking just 2 fastest thirds.
Yeah, out of the 8 heats, so that is going to be tough stuff to really be flying as we move into our second of the 500 metres, and we see the Canadian Ice Maple Kim Bhutan, Sofia Konya of the Hungarian team, Nicola Mazur, the Polish Hussars, Lisa Eckstein back out there for the German Wolves, and Oi Watanabe of the Japanese Ninjas.
Go to the south.
Getting into that first corner, first of all, and straight into her work is the Canadian Ice Maple Kim Bhutan, who will lead out through this first lap and a half of the very fast pace, very quick 500 metres, explosive out of the blocks.
Kim Bhutan has held the world record in this distance before. An impressive pass up into second by Mazur.
Current world champion as well in this discipline. earlier in the year in Rotterdam is Kim Bhutan, and she has got clear ice between her and second place at the moment. That is Mazur from the Polish Hussar as they get the lap, and it'll be an easy victory in this heat for Kim Bhutan from Nikola Mazur, the Polish Hussar, and there's Sofia Konya, the Hungarian Falcon, looking at third spot.
Her foot speed, similar to Zandra Belzebor, foot speed by Kim Bhutan's truly impressive. And then as she builds up to top speed, we see again that pivot. Here's the pass by Mazur up into second, no contest. And still reaching for the line, even though she's pretty safe in first there. Now remember, timing on this round is what seeds the lane position for the next round. So no matter how safe a skater is, they're always going for their top time here in the 500 meter.
Well, we talked too about the workload of these athletes as we see Kim Bhutan and Nikola Mazur, the top two qualifiers from this 500 meters. But now this another round of skating as we see the likes of Hannah Desmet and Corinne Stoddard. It only felt like less than an hour or so ago that they were out on the ice in the 1500.
And that is why this new race format is so challenging, is because there's really not that much rest in between races, especially if you're skating more than one distance, especially if you're progressing through all of the rounds.
Desmet, Stoddard, Zhang of China, Kumara Kim of Kazakhstan, and Kim, the Australian racing route, who's also had a big schedule so far today. Enjoy it for sure. It is Desmet early on, and it's tight around that first bend between the Eagle, Stoddard, and Zhang, the Chinese long. But it is Desmet from Stoddard and Zhang at the moment.
Stoddard needs to close the gap right into the pass. She cannot hesitate because Zhang Futang is right behind her, and you better bet she'll put the pressure on.
They've dropped the Australian off the back of this pack at the moment, doing her best to try and catch up is Kim. But at the moment it is four at the front, it is Desmet, and now tries to make a little move to Stoddard. It's really tight between Desmet, but under control, Stoddard and Desmet. Now here comes the Chinese long out the back and trying to go around the outside is Zhang of China. No way through though, and it is Desmet from Stoddard who held on from Zhang at the end.
What Stoddard does really well is that she times the entry of her quarter to take two crossovers going in. So whether she's setting up a pass or defending from an upcoming skater, she's always taking those two, not always, often taking those two crossovers into a corner, which is, again, not only a defensive tactic, but also how you go on offense. There it is, two into the corner. Helps her build to speed. Now it doesn't quite work here against Hana, and she loses the crossovers going in. She hits a two crossover entry again here, and that's what allows her to defend against Zhang Yutang.
Hannah Desmet of the Belgian Ice Bears and Corinne Stoddard, the USA Eagle, taking the two automatic qualifying position. Only the two fastest third place skaters will qualify for the quarterfinals from these heats. As we move into our next one, Kristen Santos Griswold from the USA, Yana Khan from Kazakhstan, Wang Jinran from China, Mirei Nakashima of Japan, and Tina Kindenduk of the Belgian Ice Bears. In that low crouching position, allowing them to explode off the line, but we've had a fall straight away, and it was the Chinese skater Wang Xinran who fell out of those opening moments. They are racing on here, and it's Santos Griswold out the front at the moment from Khan.
That's very surprising that there was no restart. However, there was no contact. Wang fell down on her own, which leaves the door wide open for Kristen Santos Griswold.
It was just a straight fall, wasn't it? And look at the gap that Santos Griswold has put on the field, and she is motoring around this track, taking the bell lap in this quarterfinal of this heat of the women's 500 metres. Kristen Santos Griswold, they won't get near her in this one, and it is from Kazakhstan sitting into second place, Yana Khan. Wang from China didn't fire a shot in this one. Jin Rung fell straight away. They didn't restart. And the rest of them took off, and Kristen Santos Griswold, impressive stuff.
So here on her start, she just digs her toe down into the ice. The official does have discretion to start that over, but since there was no contact or blade contact, it's much less likely if a skater makes a mistake and falls on their own.
Yeah, there was no one around her, was there? It was just skater error, unfortunately, for Wang. No such drama for the veteran out the front, the 30-year-old Kristen Santos Griswold, absolutely flying. Looking up to the screen, checking the time. Happy with that effort.
And she's not well known for, I should say it like this, Kristen is better known for the 15 and the 1,000, but we often joke in the United States, someone should tell her the 500 isn't her distance, because she's really quite good at it.
Not so bad at it.
Considering she's not a natural sprinter.
Heat number 5, Michelle Veltsabort, second of the sisters, Shim Suki from Korea White Tigers, Fan Ki-shin from China Leon, Ariana Segal of the Italian Gladiators, and Kizhnia Adamenko from Ukraine. The Wildcats of Ukraine. Just getting her way to the line now.
Go to the south.
I was going to say stony silence for the start, and does someone jump the gun here?
Well, and if someone did jump the gun, they will be jumped right out of this race. We have a no tolerance policy for false starts. Whether that means an athlete's blade touched the starting line, maybe a finger twitched, maybe their knee bobbled. I don't see it. Who'd you see? Did you see
There's
someone?
some eagle eyes from the officials on that start line.
Unless there was a distraction from the crowd.
Yeah, no one was stock still, that's for sure. But
seems like a technical error.
yeah, maybe going to go again.
Thank goodness.
They all breathe a sigh of relief.
Go to the
Get
south.
another redo. Underway cleanly in the second time of asking, and it is Michelle Veltsabort who comes out the front, helmet number 12 of the Dutch Lions, being tracked all the way by Fan Ki-shin of the Chinese Longs.
Fan Ki-shin, a well-known sprinter, especially for the Chinese Longs. Now, Shim Soo-ki will have her work cut out for her. Will she be able to set up a pass, or will she fight for that fastest third time?
She's sticking on the tail of the top two at the moment is the Korean White Tiger, helmet number 7, trying to get into a position on this bell lap to try and get herself perhaps in one of the best two, maybe instead, yeah, as Catherine said, holding on for a best third, but the Italian is there right on her tail as well. It is Michelle Veltsabort at the front of the field though, taking it from Fan of China. And then, in fact, a photo finish between those two on the line for the top two. They will safely progress regardless of who's first and who's second, and it was Shim in that third position.
So a clean start, Fan overtaking Shim off the start, which is no surprise. Fan is a tremendous sprinter. Fan attempting a setup on Michelle Veltsabort several times, and the timing just isn't quite there, but what Fan can do is skate defensively against Shim, Shim skating defensively against Seagal, and coming in at an unofficial 43.8. If that time holds, which it will, she is currently in the top 2 fastest third times. That's bumping out Konya from the Hungarian Falcons from Heat 2. Shim Soo-ki now sitting in that second fastest third time.
Having some good outings so far, the Korea White Tigers. All their skaters progressing through. We move now into the next heat. The Polish Hussar, Kamila Stonowska, Chiara Betti, Italy, Annabelle Green, the Great Britain Royals, Valentina Stich of Croatia, and Barbara Shimogi of the Hungarian Falcons. Even start across these first 3 skaters, first 3 or 4 of them all tightly bunched together, and then there's the Polish Hussar, Kamila Stomowska, who has the advantage early on from Annabelle Green, the British Royal.
Annabelle Green, British Royal, tucking into second right on that first half lap. A smooth move, and now she's just got to stick like glue to the Polish hussar.
The Italian, the Croatian Dalmatian moving up into third as a couple of others drop back. They've got a little gap, the top three, but work to do to try and close down the Polish Hussar. Stornowska at the front at the moment. Green sticking on her. The Croatian Dalmatian coming around the outside. That is Asic as well, and a little lunge for the line. It was Green who held on for second, but second, impressive though, Stornowska from Poland.
And that will not be fast enough for Valentina Asic for that fastest third time. The Polish Hussar is well known for their sprinting ability, especially those first few steps off the ice, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish. Now, it's very common for those sprinters to start to slow up a little bit on the last lap, which gives Annabelle Green the advantage to close that gap as she crosses the line.
여자 500m 예선 6조 경기 결과입니다.
From the team, we have Polish Horser, Kamila Stomazok, and British Royals Annabella Green qualify for the next round.
Just 2 races to come now. Any confirmation there that Valentina Asic will not be quick enough to go through as one of the fastest thirds. As Choi Min-jong, third overall in the Crystal Globe standings, takes it back to the rink. Ricky Doak of Canada, who was third in the 500 metres in Beijing last weekend. Natalia Malashevska, the Polish Hussar. Malika Yermak, the Kazakh Nomad. And Uliana Dubrova, the Ukrainian Wildcats.
Ricky and I having a conversation in the elevator last week about a favorite coach of ours, Laurent Dagnon, who gave us the same advice. TOP is a mantra that means think only positive. You'd better bet no matter what the result, Ricky Doak is keeping her thoughts positive on this World Tour stop.
That is life lesson, not just a skating lesson.
How do you get to the top? Think only
positive. Let's see if Ricky Doak, best name going out there. As she goes, the only skater outside the top 10 to have been on the podium in the women's competitions this year. See if she can match that so far in this 500-metre heat. But of course, eyes on the number 90, Choi Min-jong on the inside. And away goes Choi. Doak just had a little stumble. We'll have a restart. Here's Ricky Doak and Natalia Malashevska go down. It's just a slight stumble. They look at each other, pick themselves up, dust them off, and let's get back to the start line.
And they'll head right over to their coaches, making sure that their blades are okay. One thing to note here, Choi Min-jong, we do see a little stumble there by Ricky, and then straight down onto the ice. And you can tell that Ricky and the Polish skater, we're about to overtake Choi Min-jong, and so it's nice to note that while Choi might have the fastest top speed, she does not have the fastest first couple steps. You see the skaters there sliding through water on the ice. As we've mentioned, it's a cold rink, and now they're in soaking wet skin suits.
Coaches so quickly get down to the side of the rink to fix those skates. Couple of others having a look at theirs as well. How important is this first corner, that start and first corner in the 500 metres?
In the 500 meter, the first corner is everything. The 500 is often won or lost by a tenth of a second or less, and that's pretty much what a stumble like that will cost you. And being able to make up that speed is very challenging. So if you have a stumble off the start, it doesn't just cost you that tenth of a second, it costs you a whole half lap as you regain your balance and rebuild your speed. Then you have to close the gap and try to pass. There's just not enough time for all of that in a 4.5 lap race.
Korean fans, they absolutely love their short track here in this country, here in Seoul. An indication too of that coldness that we talk about, the cool temperatures inside this rink, while these skaters are getting their blades just checked and adjusted. A couple of others, Choi Min-jong out on the ice, gone straight for the big puffer jacket and try and keep warm. Well, there's a couple of other skaters, Natalia Malashevska, Malika Yermak and Ricky Doak, get themselves realigned. Their skates sorted. You can see that water on the suit of the ice maple. That is not comfortable. Also, now to just regather the mind as well.
Go to the south.
Choi Min-jong and Ricky Doak racing for that first corner, a real battle for them. And then it's all three across the line to start, and eventually it's going to be, in fact, the Polish Malachewska to get in front. And look at the three of them go now. Choi Min-jong streaks out the front. The Polish skater's gone down, and now it's Choi Min-jong and Ricky Doak out the front.
여자 500m 예선 실조 경기.
Choi Min-jung passing both skaters on the inside. Looks like Malachewska was trying to block Ricky Doak, but she left the door open for Choi Min-jung. Now the White Tiger and the Ice Maple coming around the final lap.
And it is Choi Min-jong who has command. Ricky Doak still going to try and press for that first position. Top two will go through and they will ease through. That's a tough day for the Polish skater. It falls twice, but Ricky Doak also with an early fall, picking herself back up and to finish second behind the ever popular Choi Min-jong.
And we are seeing a yellow dot there, which means the officials are going to review. Much better start for Choi Min-jung's here. So Ricky Doak can still challenge her, but she's got a better time on the second time. Now, Polish Hussar defending against Ricky Doak, causing a little contact. Moving out potentially to build more speed, but also potentially as a defensive maneuver. So the officials will decide if that was just skating or if that was penalty worthy on either skater's part.
Choi Min-jong, the 26-year-old, as we have a look at the final result. So review is complete. Choi Min-jong and Ricky Doak through. And now into heat number 8. And we do see Florence Brunel of Canada was missing from the start line in the 1500 not that long ago, but here she is back out for the 500. Kim Gili, Yelisaveta Sidorka from the Ukraine, Zoe Deltrap of the Netherlands, who impressed earlier in the day, and Chatai Song from Thailand. Here is Brunel, the 8th overall in the Crystal Globe, second in this event in Beijing last week.
Go to the south.
Eyes on the number 1 too, but it is a really straight out of the blocks for Brunel, but the Dutch skater Deltrap has gone down in the opening phase and looks to be in a little discomfort. I think went straight down on the knees.
Right into the water.
Yeah, great.
Just a quick story, folks. The first time that ever happened to me on the short track, I was 5 years old. I just started crying. And you can bet that's what she feels like right now. It's like you just hopped into an ice bath and slid through it.
You know, you thought only positive though, and you got back up on your skates as a 5-year-old and you went again.
You get used to it quickly in this sport. It happens from the very start. Looks like maybe she had a click of blades with the skater on the outside, Cha Tai-song from the Thai Elephants.
I tell you, who may be most disappointed in this restart is Florence Brunel, who an absolute flyer off the start line.
She really is, and she'll be defending against Kim Gili. Similar to Choi Min-jung, Kim Gili might not have the fastest first half lap, but she's got a great top speed. Seeing Kip Carpenter here, who's actually a medalist for the United States in the 2006 games, long track speed skater, working for the past 10 years for the Dutch team as an equipment tech.
Carrying all the action here. Feel the rush. Tag it in on the ISU short track socials in this race for the Crystal Globe. Bird's eye view for the fans in the stands as Zoe Deltrap shakes herself off. Skates been fixed and ready to go again.
Go to the south.
Good illustration there of the different start techniques each of these skaters use, and once again it is Brunel who gets the fast start with Kim Gili just in behind her as well. She will be roared on by the locals, no doubt. It is still the Ice Maple Florence Brunel at the front of this pack in the 500 metres.
Sidorko holding on tight. I don't know if Deltrap's going to be able to close that gap.
A clear pattern in front and then just expertly around the inside. Beautifully done from Kim Gilly to get past Florence Brunel. She's taken the bell lap into that final lap. Let's see if the Ice Maple comes back at her. Happy to sit in second for now, but brilliant from the number one.
And Zoe Deltrap does close the gap and attempts a pass on Sidorko, but she can't hold it around that last turn, goes into the wall. She's not up yet, but it seems like she's okay. Maybe just a little bummed at this point.
Slowly to her feet in the back as we have a look again at the work of the top two skaters in this field and the number one ranked in the Crystal Globe, the reigning champion.
A nice move up the inside by Kim Gilly, using just a shuffle to get down the straightaway, not even a full stroke, and we see Deltrap sliding out in the back of your screen there.
From this race, we have Korean White Tiger, Kim Gilly, and Canadian Ice Maples, Florence Brunel.
No time for Zoe
qualify for the
Deltrap,
next round.
unfortunately, but Kim Gilly and Florence Brunel will go through to the next round into the quarterfinals in the 500 metres without too many dramas and all the big names advancing through without problem. Kristen Santos Griswold, the quickest time in these heats going through to the quarterfinals from Vilsabor and Fontana. What were you saying about Santos Griswold and letting you know that she's actually quite good at the 500?
I think I have to start telling myself, you know, Kristen's actually quite good at the 500. She's turning into an all-around skater, and you know what's really tremendous about Santos Griswold is that she is the only skater since the COVID season to win a gold medal in every single distance. There are other skaters who's done it, but she's who's done it the most recently. She's had a lot of falls this World Tour season, but man, when she stays on her feet, she is a real threat.
We're going to switch our attention now to the men's 500 metres as well. And the first and second place skaters will advance through Dubois, Kim, Nadalini, Celia and Yasapati in this first men's 500 metre heat.
Go to the side.
Dubois is who gets quickest off the line as well, so he's going to be chased down initially by the American Brandon Kim. This is a stack field as well as they look to chase around the Canadian Ice Maple.
The 500 meter is Brandon Kim's specialty. Now he's got to do two things well here. He's got to stick to Dubois light blue, and he has to defend against Cellier.
Cellier sitting in third position. The Italian gladiator Thomas Nadalini also there in fourth. They've dropped the Hungarian off the back. Has this for us. Dubois still leading on the bell. It's tight between Kim coming around, and he's still got the Polish Hussar Cellier with him. He's going to keep him at bay. A little slip towards the end from Cellier. Shake of the head as his opportunity is lost, and it's Dubois and Kim who take the top two spots with Nadalini in third position.
And again, we are taking two fastest third times there, or fastest third times here. Now, Stephen Dubois leads this whole thing start to finish. He is a tremendous sprinter. Brandon Kim making a bit of a comeback after a disappointing 1,500 meter result, carrying his speed out wide. Now watch here, he cuts across the track to block the Polish Hussar Cellier. That's good defensive skating, and he's able to maintain second position all the way to the finish.
Stephen Dubois, the Canadian Ice Maple, and Brandon Kim, USA Eagle. Now top two qualifiers advancing from this heat through to the quarterfinals of the men's 500 metres. Thomas Nadalini, the Italian gladiator, checking to see where he will stand later. Nikisha, Shogo, Klusbergs, Yuntinko and Anderman in the field for this one. Second 500 metre heat.
Go to the side. Red.
Even start across out of the blocks for these five skaters. And it is the Japanese Shogo Miyata, who's got a little jump on the field as well. He's really exploded away from Dennis Nikisha in second spot.
Dennis Nikisha, who is well known for his sprinting, he needs to defend against Roberts Krusbergs right now. Coming around with 2 laps to go, the pack is tightening up.
Miyata, the Japanese ninja, still sitting on the front, but there's very little separating these top 3 skaters as it's tight on that final lap. It is still the Japanese skater who's going to hold on in the end, and then the Latvian Krusbergs comes in over the top of Nikisha. It was Shogo Miyata from Roberts Krusbergs, and a tight finish between the top 3 skaters in this one.
A well-timed pass by the Latvian Golden Star. We'll come back here to the replay. Now see how Miyata overtakes Dennis Nikisha off the start. Now that's really saying something, because Dennis Nikisha is known for his sprinting ability. The Kazakh Nomad, a well-known threat on the World Tour circuit. And then Roberts Krusbergs, the Latvian Golden Star, sneaks up into second. He skips that crossover going into the corner, fits perfectly into the hole, and finishes in second. Now Nikisha will have to wait and see if he can get one of those fastest third times, a 41.173. That is 1/1000th of a second faster than the previous heat.
Really tight for the veteran Kazakh, as you can start to hear the crowd starting to make themselves heard in the background. That is because Park Ji-won is lining up in this one. And boy, there are some names in this field. Dong Junwook and Liu Xiaolin as well in this one.
Xiaolin being on lane 5, he is going to have his work cut out for him, but watch Xiaolin's patience. The Liu brothers, better than anyone else on the World Tour circuit, they don't force their moves, they wait, and it pretty often works out.
Patience in 500 meters is an absolute virtue. It's William Dong Junwook who's in that inside position with Park Ji-won just outside him. Zaliev from Kazakhstan and Lucas McDonald from New Zealand. Dong Junwook and Park Ji-won aiming for that first corner. It is William Dong Junwook who gets it from the reigning Crystal Globe leader. It's the current leader against the reigning champion at the moment, and it's Dong Junwook, the Ice Maple, out the front with the Kazakh skater in third position. Xeliev behind these two. Liu Xiaolin is going to make a lot of work to do here.
He sure has a big gap to close up. Park Ji-won moving into first. Dong Junwook focusing on a defensive track pattern, trying to stay in second.
Had time to have a look across as Park Ji-won, the reigning Crystal Globe champion with the #1 on his helmet, went in front of him and will take first place. Dong Junwook comfortably in second, and Xeliev, the Kazakh Nomad, in third. It is Park Ji-won, the current holder of the Crystal Globe title. William Dong Junwook in #1 position so far this season.
No contest off the start as skaters line up in the same position as their lane position. Dong Junwook building to top speed, 2 crossovers into the corner, barely pausing for that pivot. Park Ji-won nailing the timing into the next corner, and even as he pulls out a little wide, maintaining speed, it is unpassable by Dong Junwook as Zaliev, the Kazakh Nomad, not quite holding on to that fastest third time.
Park Ji-won sitting in second overall in the Crystal Globe standings after 3 rounds, trying to hold on to his title. He's got some points to eat into of Dong Junwook. Those two are going to go head to head to head to head across the course of all of these races and the rest of the season.
To be honest, that's what makes it fun. There's such a great camaraderie between these athletes, such sportsmanship, such respect. They enjoy being pushed and pushing each other. It's fun for them to figure out who's going to win. They never know until it's finished.
Jordan Pierre-Gilles of Canada, Sun Long, the Chinese athlete, Jung-hoon, Park Jung-hoon, Sean McAnuff and Furkan Akap in this one. The black of the Canadian Ice Maple uniform out the front again with Jordan Pierre-Gilles, with the Chinese athlete Sun Long just behind him, sitting 7th overall in the Crystal Globe race.
Absolutely. Remember, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. You want to be hitting top speed right about now in a 500 meter. I think that The Ice Maple and the Chinese Long are pretty much fan favorites to win this event. However, the White Tiger Park, he's setting up a pass.
He's still in this contention here as the Turkish skater Furkan Akar tries to stick on the tail of these two. The Korean White Tiger out the inside, and a real tussle for the line between the Korean Park, and he did just get the Chinese skater for second place. Great lunge for the line, and it is Park who keeps Sun Long out of it as they were both trailing the Canadian Ice Maple, Pierre Gilles.
So watch Park here. He's building on the outside. See how he's staying just a little bit wider than the Chinese Long. He's building, building, building. And what he's doing there is holding his speed, waiting for the opportune moment. It's here as he dives across the line in front of his home crowd, securing that top 2 spot, sending Sun Long to think and wonder, will I get that fastest third spot? And he will not.
No small cue by Sun Long's name. He will have to fight his way through. I swear. Not Sun Long, but Jordan, Pierre Gilles, and Park Jung Hook. The top 2 qualifiers through this one. A couple of skaters who had some advancements coming through. We had a couple of tumbles so far today, that man being one of them, Stan Desmet, Michel Nowinski, Itzhak de Laat, the Dutch Lion, Lucas Wareham, Australia Racing Route, and Johan Ben Jung from the German Wolves. Just got some running repairs on the ice before they line up for it.
Track stewards filling in some holes in the ice. Skaters taking advantage of the little extra time to relax their shoulders, get comfortable on their edges, practice that lean angle. And you see here they're using the fire extinguisher to freeze the patch into place. What happens at the finish line is that skaters will kick out and try to get the fastest time. We got some White Tiger fans here in the crowd.
Seeing themselves on the big screen, getting a first little taste of tally time.
Nowinski unfazed from the previous race where he fell down with 2 other skaters and was advanced.
He looks a relatively relaxed character, doesn't he?
Sure does.
For it.
It's traditionally more of a longer distance skater, but having a great result earlier in the preliminary rounds of the 500. Let's see if he can do a repeat here in the heats.
Sitting in third off the start line is Itzhak de Laat, a Dutch skater, the Australian outside of him. And Jung, the German. A good start from German on the outside, but Nowinski gets and leads Desmet around that first bend as they get into their work in this 500, and it's an explosive start from the Polish Hussar to lead them out.
Coming around here with 3 to go, we are at top speed, so you're starting to see skaters put their hand out on the ice, hold on their right foot inside edge for a pivot around the apex block.
This 500 meters is short and sharp, just 4.5 laps. Oh, it's tight in there. And there's a look across as it's Nowinski who was pushed wide and lost all speed. De Laat coming through, and he's got Desmet behind him. We've got a video review of the situation. I think Nowinski will certainly be wondering how he got pushed out of the way so wide. Yes, Itzhak de Laat it was who took first place.
Nowinski easily winning the start, and skaters lining up the same as they were in their lane positions. Now here, Itzhak coming in, squeezing into second place. There is room for him there, but he just puts a little hand on the back of Nowinski. It's not much, but when you're at top speed and you're at that pivot point, which is the most challenging place on the track to control your speed, just a little touch on the back is enough to throw off your balance. We're seeing here a potential Netherlands to Poland contact from behind. Now, Davinsky was in qualifying position, which means he's qualified or he's eligible for advancement. Delat looking at a potential penalty.
Delat coming off the track. He's checking. He certainly looked straight across, didn't he? Davinsky with a, hang on, what's gone on there? What have you done?
And a lot of time what happens is Itzhak was not eyeing first place there. He was trying to squeeze into that hole in second place, but he had to scrub his speed going into the corner. It's almost impossible to do, especially by the time he got there. He was already on 1 foot, which is why, again, these skaters are almost never doing anything malicious, almost always just putting their best foot forward, but can't always control their speed at this level of competition.
Just awaiting the outcome of this video review from the 5th of the men's 500 meter heats.
From this race, we have Dutch Lion.
Well, it's all been cleared.
Belgium Ice Bear.
No penalty against anyone, so it's Delat. Standards met are the two who qualify through. Andrew here of the USA Eagles, Teun Boer of the Netherlands, Rinus Beersens, the Latvian Golden Star, Adil Galkamov of Kazakhstan, and Brendan Corey, the Australian Racing Route. Stocky figure of Andrew here in that #1 lane position. Relatively even start, and it is the American, the US Eagle, and the Australian's been pushed well wide and out here, and we're going to have a restart.
And so Brendan Corey coming from lane 5, looks like he got a little tangled up there. Enough to get a restart anyway. Let's check the replay. So as I see, it's coming from the inside. The Kazakhstan skater leaning in on the Latvian Golden Star. That's good strategy, but not if you create contact, and that contact getting passed out to Brendan Corey.
It's hard enough when you're out in that 5th lane starting position as it is without getting a little bit of a push along the way.
That's right, and Brendan Corey using a good strategy here. He is going to try to stay wide and build his speed on the outside of the turn. It does open up the door for some potential contact from the inside, but it's really the only option he has at this point.
A restart in this 500 meter heat then. Yes, the American, once again, the USA Eagle from the Dutch Lion, Teun Boer, over the first lap of this men's 500 metres, and they've got a little bit of advantage from Rinus Beersens, the Latvian Gold Star, in 3rd position.
Andrew Hio soaring to top speed, but being overtaken by Teun Boer, and we have a fall. Number 34.
It's Galamich of the Kazakh skater who's gone into the crash pads. It's still Teun Boer in the front of the pack at the moment, and it's tight between the Latvian and the American, and it is the Latvian Beersens who gets it from here. We do have another video review.
Andrew Hio is well known for his sprinting ability, the 500 being his best distance. It is hard to hold on to the qualifying position, though. Let's check the replay. A beautiful start by Hio, putting his hand down. Teun Boer keeping that hand up, and then here we see Teun coming up the inside. A perfect sneaky single crossover going into the corner. The Latvian star trying to make a move, but his shoulders are not even. Hio getting pushed out and not able to maintain that 2nd position around the last turn.
It was the Kazakh nomad, Adil Galkamov, who went down in the crash that is being reviewed at the moment.
Rinus Beersens in the hot seat, waiting to see if his pass will hold or if the officials will make a call. It looks like they're reviewing the video trackside as well as in the race review room. Bearsen's trying to sneak up the inside. Hio keeping his lane position. That's good defensive skating. Now, what you want to do in skating, if you're trying to make that pass, is you want to get your shoulders and your hips even with the skater you're trying to pass. Let's go to the ice.
After review, we gave a penalty to skater number 37 from Latvia.
Skater number 37.
So it was Rainis Bearsens, the Latvian Golden Star, who concedes that penalty or gives away that penalty.
No need for an advancement. That automatically puts Andrew Hio in second position, moving on to the next round. And here's the final call. Inside skater, failure to give way. So if the shoulders and hips are not even, it is the passing skater's job to scrub speed and back off going into the corner.
Just 2 more heats to come then in the men's 500. Pietro Segal, Kim Tae-sung of the Korea White Tigers, Ole Hyundai from Ukraine, Martin Kolinec of the Croatia Dalmatian team, and Marcus Howard from the United States in starting position number 5. Oh, a little stumble at the start there, though. We'll continue on then. It might have been the Croatian who stumbled and the American as well, who's lost a bit of space, but leading out the front and flying away is Kim from Korea in helmet number 48.
Pietro Segal trying to close that gap. Hyundai, remember, having a spectacular 1500 earlier this morning, and here we are seeing him in the 500, trying for that fastest third time.
They've dropped Marcus Howard, the USA Eagle, off the back 4 of them in contention. The top 2 go through to the quarterfinals. Awesome, more contact in the back. There was no way through for the Ukrainian. Hyundai still in the fight, though, between the Korean, the Italian, and Hyundai, but he just lost ground when it mattered. And it was the Korean, though, Kim, who really did dominate to finish out comfortably from Segal.
And that will not be fast enough by Hyundai for a fastest third time. Excellent skating, especially to see someone going from such a strong 1500 and then having a strong performance in the 5. He'll have to go to repechage tomorrow and see if he can make it through to the World Tour from there.
There's a little contact towards the end. Got a couple of them in a tangle there. Hyundai threw the arms up.
Now, what I'm seeing here from Pietro Segal is good racing. You are allowed to defend the inside lane until the skater has pulled even. Hyundai never got even, so Pietro Segal still had the right of way on that lane. It was good racing to cut off the speed of the inside lane skater.
And of course, that important point you make, that just because you don't make the top 2 here or third fastest doesn't mean you're done in this competition. There is a repechage round tomorrow morning.
It is harder to make it through on repechage. You have to do more rounds. You have to spend another morning getting up early, but his chances are not finished.
Still waiting video review for this one. As we also got our glimpse for the first time today of Xiaoyang Liu, the support crew for sure. As we, before we get to his race, find out the outcome of this one.
After review, we gave a penalty to skater number 11 from Italy.
So they did decide that that defensive maneuver was worthy of a penalty. It looks like, oh, an arm block, Italy arm block. Potential for Ukraine to be, no advancement, because that puts Hyundai into second position.
Yeah, Pietro Segal was second overall, and it just moves Hyundai up into that automatic qualifying spot now as Pietro Segal gets the penalty against him.
So they didn't call him on cutting off to the inside of the track. They called him on keeping his hand on the ice a little too long and obstructing the path of the Ukrainian Wildcat.
Jens van Dwalt, the Dutch Lion, Liu Xiaoyang, Chinese Long, Niall Tracy, Great Britain Royals, Lukas Krasinski, the Polish Hussar, and Mohamed Bozdak, the Turkish Anatolian Par, in our 8th and final heat of the men's 500. Good start from the Dutch Lion at the front, and immediately Liu from the Chinese Longs just in behind him, but it is Jens van Dwalt who leads over the first couple of laps of this last 500 metres.
Liu skating comfortably with his arms on his back. He will close this gap. He may or may not choose to close the gap into a pass.
Got enough of a jump on the third place skater to do the two at the front as Liu Xiaoyang just got eyes on the man in front of him. That is the Dutchman Jens van Walt, and it doesn't look like Liu's going to try and pass him. They'll just let them go over the line. Jens van Walt and Liu Xiaoyang, the top two qualifiers from this, the final 500 metre heat for men.
A strong start by Van Twout, Liu, and Tracy. Liu able to block the building speed of Tracy coming around that first corner and solidify his own place in second. And again, the patience of the Liu brothers is what's noticeable about their skating style. They don't force moves that aren't there. It's not quite playing it safe, it's playing it smart. And when the opportunity arrives, they attack.
So all the big names, all the big guns firing well on day one of racing here in Seoul. Confirmation there of the top two in this men's 500 metres. It's slim pickings to try and get your way through as one of the third fastest qualifiers. Dubois the quickest out of the blocks there of our top competitors as well. And then we go all the way down to the last couple. Andrew Hewitt, the USA, Dennis Nikisha, enough for him to get through, as is Thomas Natalini with the quickest times of the third place finishers in the men's 500. We've got more action coming up here from the Mokdong Arena in Seoul. A short ice break before we get into the women's 1,000 metres in just over 10 minutes time.
남자 500m 예선 경기에서 이탈리아 토마스 나탈리니, 카자흐스탄 데니스 니키샤 선수는 기록으로 다음 라운드에 진출하겠습니다.
From men's 500-meter heats, we have Italian gladiators Thomas Natalini and Kazakh nomad Denise Nikisha qualified for quarterfinals.
더 퍼스트와 인연은 특별했습니다. 다양한 분야의 금융 전문가들이 가장 좋은 플랜을 늘 제시해 주었죠. 자산관리, 전 KB 골든 와이스 더 퍼스트를 추천합니다. 당신의 내일을 위로, 위로, 위로,
당신이 위로 라이즈 할 수 있도록 라이즈 ETF.
그것은 새로운 간장치킨? 맛소, 맵소? 맵소? 맵소도 되게 맛있어. 와우, 맵소비 매콤 달콤 짭조름 가치킨의 위대한 탄생. BBQ 맵소비 맛있어? 그 손 지우시고.
깨비증권 많이 컸다. 모두의 행복 커져 뚝딱. 깨비증권, KB증권.
KB페이 다 되는 페이인 거 알죠? 쇼핑도 되나요? 되죠.
한국 호텔도
되잖아. 내 차만의 예단하고
언제 썼겠지?
되지. 안 돼요. 결제에서 라이프까지 됩니다. 다 되는 페이. KB페이. 세상엔 수많은 파랑이 있다. 하지만 우리의 파랑에 정답은 없다. 있는 그대로 살아가자.
나의 금융 플랜에 맞춰 좋은 차를 바로 찾으니까. 계획 있는 삶, 여유 있는 삶. KB 차차차.
나의 금융 플랜에 맞춰 좋은 차를 바로 찾으니까. 계획 있는 삶, 여유 있는 삶. KB 차차차.
어떤 파랑이든 있는 그대로 팔아가자.
아시죠? 만기 오면 연하의 KB 다이렉트. 다이렉트 보험도 결국 금융이니까.
KB 손해보험
다이렉트. 이것은 1000만을 넘어 2000만의 금융 흥행자. KB 스타뱅킹. 대한민국 모두의 금융 흥행작이 될 때까지. 더 퍼스트와의 인연은 특별했습니다. 다양한 분야의 금융 전문가들이 가장 좋은 플랜을 늘 제시해 주었죠. 자산 관리에 전 KB 골든 와이스 더 퍼스트를 추천합니다. 당신의 내일을 위로, 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 위로.
당신이 위로 라이즈 할 수 있도록 라이즈 ETF.
그것은 새로운 간장치킨? 맛소, 맵소? 맵소? 맵소가 되게 맛있어. 와우, 맵소비. 매콤 달콤 짭조름 가치킨의 위대한 탄생. BBQ 맵소비. 맛있어? 그 손 지우시오.
깨비증권 많이 컸다. 모두의 행복 커져 뚝딱. 깨비증권 KB증권.
KB페이 다 되는 페이인 거 알죠? 쇼핑도 되나요? 되죠.
한국 호텔도
되잖아. 내 차라리 계단하고
월드 서킷
되지. 된대요. 결제해서 사이트까지 됩니다.
The Zamboni has been out. The ice has all been cleared and smoothed and ready for our next round of heats on day one here of the Short Track World Tour in Seoul, the Mokdong Arena, and it is into the women's 1,000 metre heats. The first and second place skater from each race, and only a maximum of 2 fastest thirds will qualify through to the quarterfinals. We've got 8 heats starting with this one, and we have got the reigning Crystal Globe champion with the #1 helmet, Kim Gilly, in this field. Florence Brunel, Dede van Oorschot from the Dutch Lions, Kim Huijin from the Australian Racing Roos, who just keeps on going today, the Australian skater, and then Petra Vankova, Czechia Ice Spider.
Go to the start.
It is Florence Brunel, the Canadian ice maple, who leads it out. What an impressive skater. She has made her senior debut as a 17-year-old back in 2021. And now the Dutch Lion, Van Oorschot, jumps out to the front to lead us through this 1,000 metres, the first couple of laps.
Van Oorschot keeping a relatively comfortable pace here. She's waiting for a big move to come from behind. Kim Gilly not quite ready to take the lead. She wants to stay in second, take advantage of that draft. Vankova stepping out, a block by Kim. So even though we're not seeing much movement in the pack, a lot's going on.
9 laps in this 1,000 metres. How much actual drafting is there? Is there the ability to do in some of these races as Kim Gilly makes her first move into the front of the pack?
Drafting is a significant part of the strategy in short track. It takes about 10% more energy to lead in a race than to follow. That being said, giving and receiving bumps, just like we saw here between Van Oorschot and Kim, that will also burn up the legs.
It is Kim Gilly now safely out in front from Florence Brunel, the Canadian ice maple. We'll see plenty more of both of these skaters as well, but at the moment the reigning Crystal Globe champion, the #1 on that specially designed helmet, is comfortably in front with the Canadian ice maple, Florence Brunel, the top 2 going through. And they will have no such problems. Kim Gilly and Florence Brunel easing their way through. Van Oorschot, the Dutch Lions, in third place. She will have to have a look at the times. Only the 2 fastest third place skaters will qualify for the quarterfinals.
So a pretty quick start here in the 1,000 meter, which is normal. The 1,000 meter does usually start out quick, and then what happens is called settling in. We see a little bump here as the Korean skater Kim Gilly, the white tiger, moves up into second. There's a yellow dot there in your screen. The race is being reviewed. Now Van Oorschot took 2 bumps, one from Kim and then that earlier one from Gilly, and that is going to burn out the legs. Anytime you throw off your rhythm while you're skating, all of a sudden it's harder to catch your balance. It's harder to glide and use your speed. So we were seeing a big drop in energy from her, not able to keep up with Kim and Brunel towards the finish.
Review being undertaken on this first of the women's 1,000 metres, the video review, and then that being relayed back out here on the track.
So remember what, I see. We're looking for something that is clear and obvious and that impacts the outcome of the race. Remember, it's also more likely to get a penalty if you're in those top 2 qualifying positions. So what I see here is Van Oorschot coming up the inside, maybe not quite getting fully into position, but Kim, the Racing Roo, not giving her an inch to move either.
Sometimes you're seeing a clash of bodies at the top, which can also look completely different when you see that close-up of the skates of where the contact comes.
That's right, and a new ruling here is what's called shared responsibility, which can come in a double penalty, but does not always come with a penalty at all. And basically what that means is that, hey, the inside skater does have the job to back off if they didn't finish the pass, but the outside skater also has the job of not creating contact. That's what's being reviewed right now. Did one skater clearly make a mistake? Let's find out.
After review, we have no call due to video responsibility, to share responsibility between skater number 35, Netherlands, and skater number 80, Australia.
So shared responsibility between the two, so that result does stand for Tina van Oorschot, who was one of those skaters under review. She stays in third place, and we'll have to have a look at the times as well as these races progress, but no drama for Kim Lee and Florence Brunel.
So here's the official call, no penalty. So again, Van Oorschot not quite by on the pass, but also Kim not giving any room. Both of those skaters had the job to react and avoid contact, and neither one did.
Corinne Stoddart of the United States, Gong Li of China, Olga Tinkonova, the Kazakh Nomads, Annabelle Green, the Great British Royals, and Nicola Mazur, Polish Hussar, lining up in this second women's 1,000 metre heat.
Go to the start.
Corinne Stoddart, the USA Eagle, second overall in the Crystal Globe, standing with third in this event in Beijing. I lie, she was second. Second in this one. She was the winner of the 1500 in Beijing.
And that is Corinne's top finish. I remember the first time I raced Corinne, this was, gosh, a long time ago, and even as a young kid, she had really high expectations of herself. So to be achieving this kind of success internationally is really a dream come true. She moves to the front like a true veteran. Again, you see her straightening those knees, standing up. That does slow her speed, but it also saves energy. Now she's tucking back into her basic position, increasing speed and pressure as she follows the Polish Hussar, Nicola Mazur.
Moving to the front with Stoddart in second position. All five skaters tightly compacted at the moment over the course of this 9-lap 1,000 metres. It goes pretty quickly, but that doesn't mean the lactic acid isn't building up in the legs even quicker.
No, and they make it look easy, but I promise you their lungs and their legs are on fire. Corinne Stoddart setting another pass, moving up the inside.
Make it look absolutely effortless as well. Sucking in that air at the moment with just a couple of laps to go. It is Stoddart from the Chinese Liang skater Gong Li at the moment, and those two have just jumped out to a little advantage. They've got a little bit of space on the chasing skaters, and they will ease over the line. Corinne Stoddart in first, Gong Li of China into second place, and it was actually the Kazakh nomad Olga Tinkonova who got up into third position.
Unofficial time of 1:34.18 for Tikhonova. So right now she's in a fastest third, but there are 8 heats here and we're only taking 2. Corinne Stoddart off to a strong start. Annabelle Green coming up to the front with her. And here we see the move by Li Gong. Mazur also taking a turn at the front, but finally being overtaken by Stoddart and eventually by Gong, who skate away from the pack all the way to the finish. She's number 5 in last year's World Championship standings, but she's number 2 in the Crystal Globe standings.
Coming off that great win in Beijing last week in the 1500, Corinne Stoddart goes through to the next round in the women's 1,000 metres alongside Gong Li of China. As we move into our next of the heats, and we will see the leader of the Crystal Globe, the one that Corinne Stoddart is chasing. That is Sandra Velsibor, Ariana Fontana, Mireille Nakashima, Louisiana Stahl, and Svetlana Ropetska of Ukraine in this one. See my first example of the Ariana start there, the special, unique position that only she is apparently able to start like.
She is the only one that does it. A couple of years ago, the officials outlawed the toe start. You used to be able to put the tip of your toe, of your blade, into the ice. They said, no more, it's ruining the ice. So what did Ariana do? She made up something completely different, and now it's all her own.
At the moment, it is the Japanese skater out the front, Mireille Nakashima from Sandra Velsibor. We talk so much about Velsibor's absolute dominance in the 500 metres, but she has been really consistent and on the podium in the 1,000 at each event as well.
And that's what's tremendous. Even last weekend in Beijing, coming in 4th in the 1,500, which was a disappointing result for her, but she's not even a 1,500 meter skater.
First in Montreal in this distance, second in Montreal too. And she was second in Beijing last week in this distance is Sandra Velsabort, who has now gone to the front of this race. Fontana just tracking alongside her in that blue suit of the Italian Gladiator, and the two of them, the two experienced senior skaters, the two-star skaters in this field, jumping out to an advantage. They can't quite get rid of that last skater though, just sitting in behind them. That is the Japanese ninja being stealth, Marei Nakashima.
Nakashima closing that gap, swinging her outside arm, both arms now, so that's showing us that she's really putting some effort forth. She wants that fastest third time, even if she's not directly in the draft. She's giving her best effort to move on to the next round of races.
It will be Sandra Velsabort who's going to take first position in this women's 1,000 metre heat, with Ariana Fontana just behind her, and Marei Nakashima, the Japanese ninja, sitting in third place. We'll have a look at the times and see what that means for Nakashima, but no drama for our leader in the Crystal Globe after 3 rounds. Sandra Velsabort looking in ominous form once again.
And she did a lot of leading in that race. Here's her little quick step move up into the front. No contact, so well done there. 2 hands on her back. Ariana Fontana also coming around the outside again, tossing those hands on her back. So you're seeing the best of best skaters conserve energy as soon as they're in position. They only push as much as they need to push. No need to redline quite yet. That was a 1:33.485 by Nakashima. She is so far the fastest third out of the first 3 heats. We have 5 more. Let's see if she can hold on. Van Oorschot getting bumped out of the fastest third time.
It is for Nakashima a nervous wait to see if she can pass directly through to the quarterfinals, or have to go into repecharges tomorrow morning. The Japanese skater into the next round, and that is Kristen Santos Griswold, the USA Eagle, Shim Suki from the Korea White Tigers, Petra Jasipati from Hungary, Katarina Buric, the Croatian Dalmatian, and Gabriela Topolska, the Polish Hussar. Santos Griswold, fastest qualifier in the 500 metres, advancing through to the quarterfinals. Let's see how she goes in the 1,000. It is Santos Griswold, the veteran skater, 30 years of age and going again, going for another round. Just sitting now in second place behind the Polish Hussar, Gabriela Topolska.
Santos Griswold is the world champion in this distance.
Winning that title in Rotterdam earlier in the year. Of course, not far from the World Championship coming around again in March in Beijing. This season moves at a rate of knots. We said just over a year or so, 16 months until the next Winter Olympics in Milan Cortina. It's this really tight group between these top 3 at the front. It is Santos Griswold at the moment from the Korean skater Shim Suki, as one goes out sliding out of control as Petra Jasipati, the Hungarian skater. Santos Griswold and Shim staying out of trouble.
And you can expect Kristen Santos Griswold to slowly increase the pace. So we are seeing that a little more power in each push. Remember, around block 5 and 6, that's the fastest spot on the track. So if a skater's going to accelerate, it's typically there. Shim accelerating there, coming out of the corner, a quick inside move. Kristen Santos Griswold attacking back. Beautifully done.
Great tussle between the top 2, the American Eagle, the US Eagle, and the Korean White Tiger. It is the American Kristen Santos Griswold, though, with the advantage of Shim from Korea, and a nice tight finish too. Sticking on their heels was the Polish skater Gabriela Topolska, who will look for a best third place finish, but not going to be quick enough. But a nice tussle, good tussle between Santos Griswold, who takes it from Shim Suki.
Shim Suki has those excellent long legs. She can really cover a lot of distance with each stride. It's unique to her skating style. Now watch Petra. She's building on the inside. She just cuts in a little too tight. I don't see a defensive tactic from Kristen Santos Griswold. It is very challenging to pass on the outside, and that's why. It's hard to keep the timing, hard to keep the space. Now that's a beautiful inside move by Santos Griswold, and she maintains that first position all the way to the finish.
Well, we talk about these top skaters not joining the early rounds, sitting out the morning session and now competing, but now it's coming thick and fast for them. We're about to see Choi Min-jeong again as well. Some of these skaters, Danae Blay, she's going to be back out there. So while they might have had the morning off, the likes of Santos Griswold, the workload has been heavy since they have hit the rink this afternoon.
It really is heavy. Skaters and coaches alike telling me throughout the entirety of this trip, this is the hardest racing format they've ever had to do. There's barely time to warm up, cool down, check the skates, and see the physio in between races. And I haven't even talked about having time to eat yet.
We certainly saw a few of them in the lunchroom, but they had to muscle their way past, well, me in particular, as we get ready to go in this heat number 5. It'll be all eyes on Choi Min-jeong in particular. The Korean wearing helmet number 90. The Canadian ice maple Kim Bouton is out there, and she will lead out Choi in these first half lap or so of this women's 1,000 metre heat. Top 2 skaters advance straight to the quarterfinals, and it's a tight field of 5.
Lamb trying to put a little pressure on. It's not going to work. She needs to tuck back in and not waste too much energy there on the outside.
Still Kim Bouton, the Canadian ice maple, the Chinese skater there too, Zhang, Chinese longs, as Choi Min-jeong goes around the outside and takes over the front of this race from Kim Bouton.
With 5 to go, Choi Min-jeong does not want to risk being in the back and getting caught up in any scuffles. She wants to go right to the front. Kim Bouton wants to challenge and takes back the lead.
Putting on a little pressure as well, and of course there's always that psychological warfare that goes on as these skaters look to advance through to the rounds. Just a little reminder, I can take you on the inside, even if it is just a heat.
That is exactly what they're doing. No competitor here wants their other competitors to get away with it easy. The thought here with process with Kim Bouton is, hey, you want to win? Take it.
Choi Min-jeong answers the call and goes back in front from Kim Bouton as they get the bell. It's still really tight between those top 3 in particular. The Chinese skater not out of it as well as Zhang, but Choi Min-jeong will hold on at the front. And Kim Bouton into second as well.
Oh. That's a fast time, folks. That's within 1 second of the world record. Anything under 130 is a quick pace. A 126 is fast.
.126.72 for Choi Min-jeong.
A nice move on the outside, and so previously we saw Petri Yazapati moving on the outside and not quite clearing the move without making contact. Min-jeong here showing us how it's done, and here she is setting up on Kim Bouton, not wanting to stay in second. Again, psychological warfare. Regardless of who wins the race, each athlete wanting the other one to know, if you're gonna win, I'm not gonna make it easy.
Choi Min-jeong, 3rd overall in the Crystal Globe standing. She was 2nd prior to the Beijing round last week, so looking to make up some ground back again on the top 2 is the 26-year-old Choi, and she eases her way through to the quarterfinals of the 1,000 metres.
Danae Blay coming off of her first career World Tour win last week in this distance. We see her here in lane 1 of Heat 6.
There she is, Danae Blay. Kamila Stomodowska, Zhang from China, Valentina Ascic back out there as well, Croatia, and Batulaga from Mongolia.
Zhang getting a message from her coach. They are allowed to talk to their athletes. Athletes are allowed to go over to the pads and visit their coach if they need any last-minute strategy or encouragement.
What would a last-minute instruction like that look like? Maybe it's just a go well, a TOP.
It could be a TOP, or it could be something like, hey, Danae Blay, saw her slip, lose an edge there on the entry, watch out for, and I didn't see that. I'm just saying a coach might say, hey, I saw something that you might not have seen, just a quick little tidbit for you.
Say Danae Blay, the Canadian Ice Maple, helmet number 10, winner of this event in Beijing just a week ago, her first World Tour victory. Bounced back from real mental health challenges a couple of years ago to enable a mindset shift and change and re-find that love for the sport again, the love for competition. There's a slight delay to the start. Just a couple of patches of the ice being worked over again, a couple of patches of this rink. Now we are ready to get our 5 skaters on the line and ready to go in the 6th of 8 women's 1,000 metre heats. Top 2 progressing automatically to the quarterfinals.
Go to the start.
Danae Blay, the Canadian Ice Maple winner in the 1,000 metres last week, leading out over the early stages of this heat. 5 skaters in this event, and it's Blay at the moment from the Polish Hussar, who is Kamila Storowska, and the Chinese skater as well in this field is Zhang.
Stormowska moving up into second, creating a little space for herself in front of Zhang Chutong. Danae Blay pushing the pace here.
You've seen a really quick time in the previous heat as well, so pressure going on if you want to be one of those best third place skaters. At the moment though, it's not a concern for Danae Blay, just sitting neatly out the front and in control of this race at the moment, and more importantly in control of herself.
That's right, Zhang putting a little space between her and Stormowska. So remember, that's a tactical move. What she's doing there is, if she wants to put on speed, it's harder to hear when an athlete is accelerating if they've left a gap. And now let's say the Croatian Dalmatian wants to make a pass. It's easier to block a pass when you have space to move with. Zhang closing the gap now, but not making a move. I wonder what she's got up her sleeve.
Just a couple of laps to go, so if she's got a move, she's going to have to make it soon. As Zhang, the Chinese skater, sitting in third position. The Croatian seems to be out of it at the moment as they extend the gap on her. It's still Danae Blay in the front of this race though, and crossing the line in first without any problem. The Polish skater, the Polish Hussar, Stormowska, comfortably in second place, and Zhang just couldn't find a way up into that top 2, and she will have to look at the third place finishing times.
A quick start from Danae Blay. She doesn't want to get wrapped up in any adversity. She'd rather just take the hit and lead from the front. It does take more energy to lead a race, and at the pace that she just led at, no one even challenged her, which is a testament to her strength. Zhang Chutong not actually able to make a move, able to easily close the gap that she had left for strategic purposes, but not able to do much with it. Zhang is currently sitting in one of the top third fastest times with a 1:32.504.
We'll have to wait for these last 2 races to go to see whether Zhang can hold on to that position as one of the 2 fastest third place skaters as we move on to heat 7, which sees the Belgian Ice Bear Hannah Demet back out there. Elisa Konfortola, who's sitting 10th overall in the Crystal Globe standings. Malika Yermak, the Kazakh Nomad. Lisa Eckstein from Germany, the German Wolves. And then the Hungarian Falcon, Rebecca Shtistazay Nanette. As well, Hannah Demet, the Belgian. First Belgian to win a short track Olympic medal, 22. The Ice Bear looking resplendent on the front of the suit as well.
Go to the start.
Even start across the board, and Hannah Demet gets into that first position from Elisa Confortola, the Italian, as they settle into this early rhythm, trying to come around the outside early on too, is the Hungarian Falcon as well. And she's got herself into a nice position here. Has Sleteze Limet into front position, in fact, leading out the early stages. The German Lisa Eckstein into second place at the moment, and Desmet just tracking them all along the way as Malika Yerimak, the Kazakh nomad, looks to make a little move. Lots of little moves early on in this one.
Hana doing a great job staying patient, and the reason you're seeing all these little moves is because everyone knows that Hana is going to come to the front. We don't know when, we don't know how, but we do know that when she decides to, she can hit an excellent top speed and make a decisive move. She's building now.
Desmet getting right around the outside, looking to overtake the front three, and now putting on some real pace and power. Hana Desmet, oh, it's brilliant from the Belgian Ice Bear to take the front of this race. Just in a brief blink of a couple of seconds, she goes from fourth to first and takes a gap as Confortola goes with her, the Italian as well. Bowlat for the Belgian and the Italian. Brilliant execution from Hana Desmet. He had all the time and all the tactics to take this win and advance through to the quarterfinals alongside Elisa Confortola.
She makes it look easy, doesn't she? It's a testament to her training. Brand new women's Belgium coach, Joey Mantilla, who's a decorated American long track speed skater and inline speed skater, recently making the switch over to coaching.
A very famous name in the sport. And doing good things on the coaching ranks by the look too, if the form of Desmet is anything to go by.
Desmet is a veteran racer as well as trainer. She's really good at knowing what her body needs. I was in the fitness center at the gym at the hotel the other day, and just watching her routine. She's very specific and detailed, not only with her recovery work, but her mobility and her core strength, which is a really important part of the sport.
Nice job to go through to the quarterfinals. We've still got one more heat to come in this women's 1,000 metres, confirmation there of the top two. No chance for a third quickest time from that heat. And it will just be Desmet and Confortola who go through from heat 7. And now our 8th and final heat. Michelle Velzebor, the Dutch Lion, Gloria Iorati, Italian Gladiator, Sofia Konya, the Hungarian Falcon, Irina Yamana, Japanese Ninja, and Tineke Dendilk, the Belgian Ice Bear.
Go to the stop.
Even steady start for everyone getting it over that line, nice and clean, and it is the Italian who will take on the advantage in the early stages. Hungarian going to come around the outside. The Falcon going to get into that early position is Konya.
Smart racing by Konya. As we've said before, sometimes it's smart to get out front to avoid any adversity. She wants that fastest third time. She knows she needs to do better than a 32.5, so she's up front pushing that pace.
Well, these skaters in such close proximity as we see Velzebor coming around and taking position from the Italian Iorati. It is still a Hungarian, though, safely out the front. Japanese Ninja just trying to make a little move on the inside, grabs one spot and keep eyes on that Japanese skater, Irina Yamana, helmet number 51.
Michelle Velzebor moving up into first, and now Konya needs to really stick it here, even though Iorati is clearly getting up into second. In order for her plan to work, for Konya's plan to work, she has to stay in that third position and defend against Yamana, the Japanese Ninja.
And the Belgians fallen off the back here, and there's a little split between the top two and the second two as well. The Dutch Velzebor in the front from the Italian Gladiator Iorati, and now there is a gap, and it is trying to defend is the Hungarian, and now the Japanese skater, in fact, goes in front. That is Yamana taking that third position. Going to have to really push to see if it'll be quick enough. It's Velzebor over the line first from Gloria Iorati. They take the top two, and then Irina Yamana in third position, 1:32.39.
unofficial result. So if that result holds, she will have the fastest third, but we need to wait for that official timing. Airati moving up into the front, looking over her shoulder and saying in her head, oh, Kanya, yeah, you can go on up, take the lead, pull some fast laps for me. Now, here's where the strategy falls apart for Kanya, is that if you're going to be out front leading that fast, you also have to have the legs to stay in third. It's a risk, but you have to take it. And she does qualify with a 1:32.383. That's Yamana, the Japanese ninja.
The third place skater in the 8th and final heat grabs a spot. Was comfortably done from Michelle Velsabort and Gloria Iorati. And yeah, that small queue qualifying on time. Rina Yamana for Japan. The Ninjas getting another player, another skater straight through to the quarterfinals. The rest will go through to repechage tomorrow morning. An extra skate on the way for those women as well. More coming up now, though, and it is the men's 1,000 metre heats. Same distance as we've just seen from the women. The men out there next. So no ice break between the two lots of heats of the same distance. So the men get what they get on this track.
Well, and what's challenging here is that you're at a definite advantage if you're in the first couple of races here on the men's side. As we get to heat 6, 7, and 8, the ice conditions will fall apart quickly, which is bad news for anyone hoping for that fastest third time as the races go on.
Bad news too if you've got this guy in your heat as well. Park Ji-won, the reigning Crystal Globe champion, Felix Pigeon, Brendan Corey, Peter Yasapati, and Furkan Akka. It will be all eyes on the #1 helmet, the specially designed #1 helmet of the reigning Crystal Globe champion, Park Ji-won, hoping for really big things at home this weekend. After a quiet by his standards weekend in Beijing, even though he did win the 1,500 metres at the moment, just leading out the front is Park Ji-won. He has got the Polish skater Felix Pigeon. Haven't seen him since the opening races earlier in the day. Back out there. Australia, Brendan Corey sitting in third position. Peter Yasapati, the Hungarian Falcon, and the Turkish Anatolian Park, Furkan Akka. Still relatively tightly bunched this field as it's the Australian Corey who goes to the front.
Good move by Corey to get to the front while he can. Park Ji-won coming now, and Corey's got to stick to him like glue. Otherwise, Pigeon is going to have plenty of space to tuck up into second.
The Racing Roo trying to cling on to second place as Pigeon comes at him again. Park Ji-won extending the advantage now. Pigeon trying to find a way on the inside. Can't get past the Australian Brendan Corey again.
Great defensive skating by Brendan Corey, not only shutting down a pass, but scrubbing the speed of Felix Pigeon. But Furkan Akka is ready for the attack.
Yeah, it was all Pigeon coming at the Australian, and then just sneaking up was the Anatolian Par, the Turkish skater. Furkan Akka to take second. Park Ji-won just clean rink between him and the rest of the field. No drama whatsoever. And then Brendan Corey in third position. Top two again qualifying automatically. Two fastest third place skaters going through to the quarters.
Couple quick steps off the start. Brendan Corey saying, hey, I want the lead here. I want to push the pace, which again is smart skating. Park Ji-won taking it back, and here's where Corey has to start playing defensive. He does what's called a deep track to block Pigeon, but he doesn't have anything left in the tank, or maybe just wasn't expecting a pass from Turkish Anatolian Par Furkan Akka. A 1:27.643 for Brendan Corey. Currently one of the fastest thirds after only one race. Will only be taking 2, and we have 7 races to go.
It's a long wait to see if he advances directly through to the quarters. The Australian Racing Route, I imagine a generation inspired to take up the sport. After, what year was it?
2002.
2002 Salt Lake City.
Yeah, that's
Great.
right.
Stephen Bradbury, what a moment in Australian sporting history. Australian sporting folklore.
And the sport really has grown in Australia ever since we've seen it. Over the years, the program has gone up and down, but Brendan Corey doing a great job keeping the Racing Roos alive on the men's side.
Moving into the second heat, Jang Sung-woo from Korea, Shogo Miyata, Japan, Theo Collins, Great Britain Royals, Dian Siliot, Polish Huzar, and Ado Galiklimatov from Kazakhstan. The Nomads in position, starting position, and number 5. It's the Korean White Tiger who has pole position to come out in helmet number 6 in that number 1 spot. Really on, and he will take hold of that at the front of the race. And we've got an early fall and an awkward fall. It was too from the Japanese skater Shogo Miyata, who's gone down.
Disappointment clearly written on his face. We are seeing a yellow dot there. We'll wait till the end of the race for the official review.
So just 4 remaining in the early stages of this second heat. And at the moment, Jang Sung-woo sits comfortably in front. Little move being made now by the Kazakh Nomad, trying to get himself into that 3rd position, being tracked all the way by the British skater too, Theo Collins, the British Royal.
Good defensive skating by the Polish Hussar Sellier. Now he's doing his job. The easiest way for Sellier to progress is to stay here in second and to focus on defense, because Jang he'll pick up the pace. He's leading, he's a Korean, he's a smart skater. We can trust he's doing a progressive lead, getting a little faster every lap. Sellier needs to stick like glue and continue to shut down the speed of Galyakmatov like he did just there.
Jang Sung-woo sitting 8th overall in the Crystal Globe standings after 3 rounds, and at the moment in command of this 1,000-metre heat. They get the belt, and it should be the Korean Ice Tiger, although it's really tight at the end of the line, a little lunge, and it's Sellier who gets it from Collins at the end, but Jang Sung-woo stays safely at the front of the pack to automatically qualify, advancing through to the quarterfinals tomorrow.
Sellier looking to be in qualifying position immediately off the start. Let's see. Gosh, what happens here with, there's a little bit of a clicking of the blades. Just as the Ninja puts down his left skates, he clicks with Sellier, almost taking himself out of the race. No time and no call.
Theo Collins from Great Britain with the little clock beside his name, waiting to see if that time will be quick enough to advance him directly into the quarterfinals. No such drama for Jang Sung-woo and Dian Siliot. Those two advancing straight through, moving on to heat number 3. Felix Roussel, the Canadian Maple Leaf, Liu Xiaoyang, Kim Tai-sung of Korea, as well Lorenzo Previatali, the Italian Gladiator, and Tobias Wolff from Austria.
Go to the start.
Nice clean start for all 5 skaters in this one, and it is the Canadian Ice Maple leading off the front in the early stages from Xiaoyang Liu, the Chinese Long.
A good move by Kim coming up into second. Now, as usual, watch Xiaoyang be patient. He won't force anything. He will move at the perfect time.
Felix Roussel, the Canadian Ice Maple, into second spot. He was the winner of this event in Beijing just a week or so ago. And at the moment, he is having to chase the Korean skater Kim. Xiaoyang sitting behind him too, as Roussel just pulled up ever so slightly.
Yeah, getting a little back on his heels there, and I think he's being defensive towards Xiaoyang, but even he kind of overdid it there and got stuck on the heel of his blade.
He's recalibrated his Roussel, the Canadian Ice Maple, but it is still Kim, and there is Xiaoyang trying to make a little move up the inside, and he gets himself into second position. The ever popular Liu Xiaoyang, and still the Korean skater on the bell lap takes the lead around from Liu Xiaoyang. It is still Kim. The Canadian ice maple Felix Roussel has really dropped out of it. He'll go down into fourth. There's a lunge for the line. It's Liu Xiaoyang who takes it, or does it. It's a photo, in fact, between Liu and Kim to finish. Rivitali in third position. Roussel to pull up. He gave the game away.
And this heat is the fastest heat of the three so far. A quick move up the inside by Kim, barely squeezing in there without creating contact. Felix Roussel having a tremendous World Tour weekend in Beijing, a strong start to his day, but unable to hold on in this 1,000 meter.
He's going to have to go the long way round if he wants to defend that title he won just last week, or win another gold medal in that same event. Great lunge for the line, really close photo finish between Liu Xiaoyang and Kim Tae-sung. And it is Liu, the Chinese long, who takes it by the barest of margins from the Korean White Tiger.
8/1000ths of a second. And again, that's that psychological warfare with Xiaoyang saying, hey, I just want you to know that even though you led me out on that race, I can still get you at the line anytime I want.
We will get back-to-back Liu brothers, because Liu Xiaoyang is in our next heat, coming up alongside our Crystal Globe leader, the Canadian ice maple William Dungenoo, Niall Tracy from Great Britain, Liu from Hong Kong, China, and Gleb Ivchenko, and Kazakh Nomad as well. Niall Tracy from Great Britain, who'll be full of confidence, silver medalist in Beijing last week. Is our Crystal Globe leader in number one position, number one start position, William Dungenoo. There's Tracy next to him. And Liu Xiaoyang right in the middle of this pack of five skaters. It's the long-limbed William Dungenoo who gets quickest off the line and settles into his work, that easy style of the Crystal Globe leader.
Dungenoo starting on hockey skates when he was very young, switching over to short track and citing Shal Hemlin and Shawnee Davis as two of his inspirations to pursue the sport of short track.
I think every Canadian must start on hockey skates, don't they? It must be like a rule in the country. You get a pair of skates when you're born. At the moment, though, it is Hong Kong, China, the Chilean of Liu, who leads from William Dungenoo. Looking to take back that advantage is the Canadian ice maple, though, and that's exactly what he does.
Now watch how Dungenoo is always looking around when he skates, and that's good strategy. It's important to know who's behind you. He's coming on the outside. Shaolin coming on the outside. Dungenoo peeking over his shoulder saying, okay, you can take the lead for just a couple laps.
Here goes Liu Xiaoyang as Dungenoo behind him, and Tracy of Great Britain Royals just tucked into third position. Couple of lead changes in this 1,000 metres with 3 laps to go. Oh, the crash between Xiaoyang. He goes down. Dungenoo somehow stays upright. Tracy's gone down as well, and now it is Liu from Hong Kong who goes to the front. Dungenoo retakes the lead after somehow staying on his feet, on his skates. As Liu and Tracy both hit the ice, William Dungenoo is going to ease away to take the win from Ivchenko from Kazakhstan, but 2 yellow dots. We've got a lot to look at in this one.
A lot to look at, and Liu, the Hong Kong ice chillin', falling down on the last lap. Let's take a look at that replay. So as Liu coming up on the outside, he does have really nice timing, scrubs his speed a little bit as he tucks into first. Dungenoo saying, okay, thanks for the lead, but I'll take it back. Using those long legs to move quickly up to the front. And again, we see that peek over the right shoulder towards Shaolin. Okay, you can come up, you can help me lead, that's good strategy. Now, we'll see what happens here. Potential shared responsibility as both skaters go into the corner. And then another bump here coming into the last lap. Dungenoo somehow not only staying on his feet, but staying up front. Lots of things to unpack.
That's quality, isn't it? That you can have that wobble, stay up, and then take the race, all with a pretty calm and cool demeanour. William Dungenoo, get the jacket on and get out of here, but we will still have to await the outcome of this review first of all.
So we're looking at a possible call from China from China to Canada, a lane change going from outside to inside. We might get an updated information on that as they continue to review the video. So Liu taking a big step in to try to bump the speed of Dan Janu. At the same time, Dan Janu taking his step out to finish the pass. Here, Liu coming in to try to, is this defend his position? I can't quite tell.
This is the second review.
That's right.
Which is where the Hong Kong China athlete went down. Well, Niall Tracy was just collateral damage at the back of that initial crash.
That's right, and he's not in.
But nothing to do with me. I'm clear of this one. He's sort of checking out the rules on their phone as well, seeing what the video team are going to be reviewing.
And since Tracy was not in a qualifying position, even though he was just collateral damage of what's going on around him, not currently a contender for an advancement. We're also seeing a potential for some shared responsibility between the Chinese and the Canadian skaters. And remember, the idea there is that if both skaters kind of lean in and cause that contact, it's no one skater's fault, it's shared responsibility. Neither skater gave way. And then Liu, Hong Kong ice chillin', potentially a penalty on himself. Just a little too aggressive here by both skaters. Niall Tracy getting caught up in it. Liu attempting an outside pass, maybe just getting a little too aggressive there. It doesn't work, causing his own fall.
We'll get some answers from the officials.
After review, we gave no call for shared responsibility between skater number 3 from Canada and skater number 26 from China, Republic of China.
And also no call for Liu having fallen down more or less, they're not by himself, but falling down from the move that he himself initiated. And that means Dan Janu and Ivchenko are moving on. No fastest third time from that heat.
캐나다 윌리엄 단지그 선수와 중국 유샤오링 선수는 비디오.
So here's the official call. Shared responsibility again. Shaolin taking a big step in. At the same time, Dan Janu taking a step out. It's just that Dan Janu can somehow save it, whereas Shaolin goes straight down, taking Niall Tracy with him as he goes.
Good save from William Dan Janu to avoid the fall and to stay in the front position to go through to the quarterfinals. Moving on to heat number 5 of the men's 1,000 meters. It is Nowinski, the Polish Hussar, Sun, the Chinese Long Hyundai from the Ukrainian Wildcats, Boer on the Dutch Lions, and Kolinic, the Croatian Dalmatian.
Seeing Hyundai for the third, well, not the third time, but in the third distance today, skating all 3 distances, having great results so far in the 15 and the 5. Let's see if he can round it out with a good finish in the 1,000 meter.
Was that man late Hyundai? Here's Michal Nowinski.
Go to the start.
Long, the Chinese skater in this field too, the number 22. It is Nowinski who likes to, just seems to get off that line quickly, take that front early on. It's a nice little early pass from the Ukrainian hander. He's been really in the thick of the action too in all of his races so far, the Ukrainian.
Every time he puts himself up front, which, hey, it's great strategy. Not only do you avoid some chaos in the back, like we're seeing here between the Hussar and the Lion, but you're also putting yourself in that position for a fastest third time.
So far, all 5 skaters, though, still in contention here for a top 2 finish and an automatic place in the quarterfinals. Sun, the Chinese, Long goes forward now ahead of the Ukrainian Wildcat.
Now, if I were Hyundai, I'd sit pretty here. He's being aggressive. He wants to go back to the lead. I would focus on defending Toon Boer.
Toon Boer sitting in 3rd place. The Dutch Lion as well got eyes on the back of that blue suit of Hyundai, the Ukrainian, still in 2nd as it's the Chinese Sun leading at the moment. The lap's starting to tick down. 9-lap race and 1,000 and a couple go out. It's Nowinski and it's Hyundai, the Ukrainian as well. The Ukrainian, the pole go down, so just 3 left. The Croatian going to try and get on the back of these 2 to see if he can be a 3rd fastest, but at the moment it is Sun Long and Toon Boer who go across in the top 2 positions. Hyundai and Nowinski taken out with a couple of laps to go.
Kolinch coming around in a 1:26, which once we see the official time, we'll know for sure. But for right now, that does give him one of the 2 fastest 3rd spots. Aggressive off the start. Hyundai wants to go right back to the front. A little tangle there with Sun Long and Michael Nowinski, and then Toon Boer saying, hey, let me in the mix. He tries to squeeze in here. It doesn't quite work, creating contact with Hyundai. Collateral damage there with Nowinski. Sun Long and Toon Boer staying on their feet, along with Martin Kolinch.
A little pump of the fist, little bit of reaction from Sun Long. The Chinese skater crossing the line in 1st position.
Officials reviewing some of those passes there. You see the little yellow dot in your screen. All the different angles that the officials can watch from to determine fault in a move like that. So let's take a look from this angle. Toon Boer sneaking up the inside. He does get level, actually even gets his waist beyond the shoulders of Hyundai, but he still causes contact. Hyundai going down, taking Nowinski with him. Now Nowinski is not in qualifying position at that point, so that he's not technically considered in place for an advancement. That doesn't mean the officials won't decide, because again, we're looking for clear and obvious contact. That's point 1 the officials are looking for in a penalty, and a change in the outcome of the race. And I would say we have both of those things here.
Post-race analysis from Toon Boer. We were saying earlier that Nowinski is pretty relaxed and whatnot, but perhaps not so now after that spill.
Possible call here on Netherlands, not giving way to the Ukrainian athlete, potentially. Oh, here we go. Let's find out.
After review, we gave a penalty to skater number 20 from the Netherlands, an advancement for skater number 75 from Ukraine.
So it is Toon Boer who loses that top spot that he had, or that position that he had.
That's right.
Concedes the penalty, and that means Martin Kolinich, the Croat, takes the 2nd qualifying spot, and Ole Hyundai from the Ukraine is advanced.
Nowinski going to tomorrow's repechage round. Hyundai getting through in every distance today. There it is, the final call. End of straight inside skater. That's Toon Boer, failure to give way.
Next 5 skaters on the start line for heat number 6 in the men's 1000s. Roberts Kruisberg of the Latvia Golden Stars, Dan Kos, the Dutch Lions, Kose Hayashi, the Japanese Ninjas, Stan Dismet, the Belgian Ice Tigers, and Mitahan Atang, the Turkey Anatolian par. Involved in a bit of a tangle earlier in the day as well, getting advanced through too, so making the most of 2nd opportunities. At the moment it is the Latvian with number 19 on the side of his helmet, Roberts Kruisbergs, leading out from Dan Kos, the Dutch Lion.
남자 1000m 예선 경기 5조 경기.
Now, Hayashi, Kosei, and Stan Desmet will not want to let this stand very long, neither of them in current qualifying position. So expect there to be a little moment of settling in by Kreuzbergs, and then a big attack coming from the middle or the back of the pack.
Yeah, you've got to take that moment, right? How long do we let these guys go out the front before making a move? At the moment, they're still stringing in a line of 5, and it's still Robert Kreuzbergs on the front of that pack.
Coming around with 4 to go, I would say the moment's passed. Doesn't mean they won't try to make a move, but the opportunity to make it under easy conditions is over.
Hayashi trying to push forward, gap between himself and Dan Kos, the Dutch Lion. Now Desmet trying to make his move up through the pack. He's got himself into 3rd position. Let's see if he can track down the other 2. They've still got a little buffer between the Belgian and the Latvian, and the Dutchman still going forward. Desmet making his move. Might have left it a little too late though, as it's going to be the Latvian Robert Kreuzbergs who leads from start to finish to take it from Dan Kos, who sat on his tail the entire race. And Desmet just could not make up the ground, nor could the Japanese skater Kosei Hayashi.
And Desmet will not get the fastest 3rd time, especially after there being an advancement in the previous round. There's only room for 1 fastest 3rd at this point. So far, it's looking like Heat 3 had the fastest 3rd time. Kreuzbergs leading with confidence here. Desmet trying to close that gap, just not having time or energy to do anything with his speed as he does get closer to the top 2 qualifiers.
Dutch Lion, Dan Kos, qualify for the next round.
Here it is, confirmation for Robert Kreuzbergs and Dan Kos took it out from the start of that heat. And Desmet could not make up the ground needed. Now into heat number 7, Jens van Hout. Thomas Nadolini, who was absolutely gone for all money in his earlier prelim, fought his way to get through to this heat. Clayton De Clemente, the American, the USA Eagle, Keita Watanabe of Japan, and Robin Bendig, the German Wolf, in helmet 73, position 5 on the start line.
Go to the start.
That low crouch position as they bounce out after that start line. And we've got a double blast on the gun. False start.
That is the potential for a false start, and there actually has been an update in the racing rules if the officials. Oh, and we seem to know it's the. Do we know? So what can happen is if the star. Oh, they're getting their jackets. I see. If the officials can't decide who twitched, they won't charge anyone with the false start. But if it's clear and obvious, even just one little twitch or your blade getting a millimeter over the line,
I wonder
see if we can decide. Well, it could have been the American skater, De Clemente. You think it happened?
I thought maybe just a little stumble, just seeing that they're just getting a little bit of the ice on the outside.
Maybe it was not a false start. Maybe it was a. See, it's kind of hard to tell sometimes when they're so close together. Did they click skates? Did somebody toe in? Was there a bad reaction time? It's all happening so fast, folks. They are going in for their pit stop. So you see here using the drill there. It seems like maybe he's even having a pair of blades replaced, which they are allowed to do.
What's interesting was that these two just went straight away over to their coaches, their team management, get the jacket on. The others went straight away to get the skates, which make me wonder if it might have been Robin Bendig who was on that outside, and that's the area that they're fixing of the rink. That might have had the stumble. He's getting his skates checked, but I love the pit stop analogy. Imagine if they put them under some time pressure to get the skates fixed and get the drill going, ching ching, and away you go.
Well, there definitely is some time pressure from the officials. You see here, they will go over and say, okay, guys, hurry it up. We don't have all day.
And it's exactly what's happened as they get these 5 men back onto the start line for a redo in this penultimate heat of the men's 1,000 metres. clean start this time for our 5 races in the men's 1,000 metres, and it is the Dutchman Jens van 12 who will take off the front. Next to him, Clayton De Clemente, the American, and then that bright blue of the Italian gladiator, the taller figure of Thomas Natalini, who, as we say, took a heck of a stumble, stayed on his skates somehow in his earlier preliminary, then fought his way back to automatically qualify through to this heat. We're looking to do the same here without the stumble.
Clemente doing a good job tucking there into second. They don't seem to be going for a fastest third, even though they know full well what time they have to beat in order to qualify a fastest third time. Skaters happy to let Jens van Twout take the lead here as he begins to progress up with the speed.
Able to dictate on the front at the moment. The German Robin Bendig just falling off the back a little bit. Now Bellini trying to cling on to this top 3. It is De Clemente who just was able to block away a little move from Watanabe. It's still Van Twout on the front though, with the American Eagle behind him, the Japanese Ninja tucked in as well in a dangerous position to try and make a move. Natalini's got back on with these 4.
De Clemente needs to stay defensive here, even though Watanabe is trying to set up that pass. Can Clemente hold them off?
Van Twout it is at the moment. Clemente trying to hold them off and does hold them off, does really well. Had a couple of attacks at him, did the Japanese Ninja skater Watanabe, but held him off. Clayton De Clemente to take second spot behind that man, Jens van Twout.
A strong lead from Jens van Twout from beginning to finish. And you know, in the very beginning, we didn't see a blistering pace, but then here we see Jens adding some speed into his corner exits, and that's really how you pull off the progressive lead. You can't put pressure on every push. You got to save it for good timing. De Clemente having the perfect tactical race, keeping all challengers behind him while he crosses the line in second.
남자 1000m 예선 7조 경기 결과입니다.
From this race, we have Dutch Lions and
One more heat to come in the men's 1,000 metres. In fact, the final individual race of the day. After this, we're going to head into the absolute chaos of the relays, the mixed, then the women's, and then the men's, to round out our day 1 action here of the Short Track World Tour Round 4 in Seoul. And these our final 5 starters in the men's 1,000. Jordan Pierre-Gilles, the Canadian Maple Leaf, Petra Segal, Italian gladiator Nico Anderman from Austria, Rainis Berzins, Latvian Gold Star, and Murat Tataci from the Turkish Anatolian Pass.
Go to the start.
Clean off the line, all 5 skaters to get their way into position in the early stages of this 1,000 metres. At the moment, it is Nico Hinderman, who we've seen a couple of times today, going off the front early, leading the way in the opening stages of each of his races so far.
And that's what he has to do in this race, because there's a time standard on the line. I don't think his pacing here is quick enough to get the time standard, but the least he could do is try to wear out the legs of the other competitors in the race. There's a saying in speed skating, hey, you know by the end of the race, it's going to hurt. So if it's going to hurt from the front.
Might as well hurt the whole way.
That's right.
It is the Canadian ice maple, Jordan Pierre-Gilles, who has taken the front from Nico Anderman, the Italian Pietro Segal, still sitting in 3rd position as well. A little move behind those 3 rather, coming on the inside from the Latvian Berzins. And now the Italian Segal has just extended out the front, taken a really healthy advantage, and Jordan Pierre-Gilles will try to chase him down.
A well-timed pass by Pietro Segal, and now Jordan Pierre-Gilles has his job cut out, closing the gap, still going for time, just so we get that good lane position in the next round as we come back tomorrow for the World Tour races.
These 5 are really strung out across this rink now, and it was a great move from Pietro Segal to take 1st position. Jordan Pierre-Gilles comfortably into 2nd, and then it was Rainis Berzins from Latvia in 3rd.
Anderman feeling really comfortable up in that first position. Pierre Gilles skating calm and cool. A little bump here, which creates space for Sigel to just jam up the inside. Pierre Gilles has to work for an extra half lap or so to get around Anderman and doesn't quite close the gap, but still a competitive finish.
Pietro Sigel, 4th overall in the Crystal Globe standings at the moment.
We will start again.
She's had great success at World Championships over the last couple of years as well, and qualifying straight through to the quarterfinals of the men's 1,000 metres without too many problems. Canadian Ice Maple just behind him. Pierre Gilles, as we get final confirmation of our top qualifiers in the men's 1,000 metres going through to the quarterfinals. Fastest qualifier will be Liu Xiaoyang, as well as we look for the small cues, just the one there for Lorenzo Pliviatali. Of course, the advancement of Ole Handai, the Ukrainian, to go through to the quarters. The others will go into the repechage tomorrow morning. We have got plenty more action coming up not too far away, just over 10 minutes time. The first of our relays, the mixed team relay quarterfinals, coming up shortly.
더 퍼스트와의 인연은 특별했습니다. 다양한 분야의 금융 전문가들이 가장 좋은 플랜을 늘 제시해 주었죠. 자산관리, 전 KB 골든 와이스 더 퍼스트를 추천합니다.
당신의 내일을 위로, 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 위로.
당신이 위로 라이즈 할 수 있도록 라이즈 ETF.
그것은 새로운 간장치킨? 맛소, 맵소? 맵소? 맵소도 되게 맛있어. 와우, 맵소디. 매콤 달콤 짭조름 가치킨의 위대한 탄생. BBQ 맵소디. 맛있어? 그 손 치우시고.
깨비증권 많이 컸다. 모두의 행복 커져라 뚝딱. 깨비증권, KB증권.
KB페이 다 되는 페이인 거 알죠? 쇼핑도 되나요? 되죠.
항공 호텔도
되잖아. 내 차 관리 대담하다.
렌즈 서킷
되지. 된대요. 돼. 결제에서 라이프까지 됩니다. 다 되는 페이. KB페이. 세상엔 수많은 파랑이 있다. 난 내게 말했지. 하지만 우리의 파랑에 정답은 없다. 있는 그대로 파랑하자. 네이버와 함께하는 직관 챌린지. 지금 이 뜨거운 현장 분위기 네이버 클립으로 찍어 올리면 추첨으로 선물을 드립니다. 네이버 블로그 앱이나 네이버 TV 앱을 깔고 클립 영상을 찍고 필수 해시태그와 스티커를 붙이면 끝! 자세한 내용은 지금 바로 QR코드에서 확인해보세요.
나의 금융 플랜에 맞춰 좋은 차를 바로 찾으니까. 계획 있는 삶, 여유 있는 삶. KB 차차차.
계획 있는 삶, 여유 있는 삶. KB 차차차.
어떤 파랑이든 있는 그대로 파랑하자.
아시죠? 만기 오면 연하의 KB 다이렉트.
만기 거기야 왔어요.
영화 만나러 가는
만기 왔다.
다이렉트 보험도 결국 금융이니까.
KB 손해보험
다이렉트. 이것은 1000만을 넘어 2000만의 금융 흥행자. KB 스타뱅킹. 대한민국 모두의 금융 흥행작이 될 때까지. 더 퍼스트와의 인연은 특별했습니다. 다양한 분야의 금융 전문가들이 가장 좋은 플랜을 늘 제시해 주었죠. 자산 관리, 전 KB 골든 와이스 더 퍼스트를 추천합니다. 당신의 내일을 위로, 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 위로.
당신이 위로 라이즈 할 수 있도록 라이즈 ETF.
그것은 새로운 간장치킨? 맛소, 맵소? 맵소? 맵소 되게 맛있어. 와우, 맵소디 매콤 달콤 짭조름한 가치킨의 위대한 탄생. BBQ 맵소디 맛있어? 그 손 치우시고.
깨비증권 많이 컸다. 모두의 행복 커져라 뚝딱. 깨비증권, KB증권.
KB페이 다 되는 페이인 거 알죠? 쇼핑도 되나요? 되죠.
항공호텔도
되잖아.
내 차 관리 대담하다.
언제 썼겠지?
되지.
너도요?
된대요. 돼. 결제에서 라이프까지 됩니다. 다 되는 페이. KB페이.
세상엔 수많은 파랑이 있다. 하지만 우리의 파랑에 정답은 없다. 있는 그대로 파랑하자.
네이버와 함께하는 직관 챌린지. 지금 이 뜨거운 현장 분위기 네이버 클립으로 찍어 올리면 추첨으로 선물을 드립니다. 네이버 블로그 앱이나 네이버 TV앱을 깔고 클립 영상을 찍고 필수 해시태그와 스티커를 붙이면 끝! 자세한 내용은 지금 바로 QR코드에서 확인해보세요.
나의 금융 플랜에 맞춰 좋은 차를 바로 찾으니까. 계획 있는 삶, 여유 있는 삶. KB 차차차.
나의 금융 플랜에 맞춰 좋은 차를 바로 찾으니까. 계획 있는 삶, 여유 있는 삶. KB 차차차.
어떤 사랑이든 있는 그대로 사랑하자.
아시죠? 만기 오면 연하의 KB 다이렉트.
만기 형이야 왔어요.
너와 만나러 가는
만기 왔다.
다이렉트 보험도 결국 금융이니까. KB 손해보험 다이렉트. 이것은 1000만을 넘어 2000만의 금융 흥행자. KB 스타랭킹. 대한민국 모두의 금융 흥행작이 될 때까지.
잠시 후 2000m 혼성 계주 경기가 진행되겠습니다.
We will soon start the mixed team relay quarterfinals.
into the final 3 rounds of racing here on day 1 of the Short Track World Tour, coming to you from Seoul, the race to the Crystal Globe. And now we are into team action with the 3 relays. So we start with the 2,000 metre mixed relay, then the 3,000 metre for women, the 5,000 metre for relay. I'm a newcomer to all of this. I've been told to expect high action, high energy, utter chaos.
Utter chaos. Even the skaters experience chaos during the relay. The thing is, as a skater, you're used to it, and it's controlled chaos in a perfect world. Obviously, the whole day today we've been teetering on that line between chaos and control, and now we just have to keep doing that, but we quadruple the number of skaters on the ice.
So we will start with the first of our quarterfinals in the mixed relay. First and second place teams advance straight through to the semi-finals. You've got the Netherlands, Poland and Japan in this one. For the Netherlands on the line, it is Michelle Valsabor. For the Japanese, you can see these 3 skaters getting off the line as well. So I say Michelle Valsabor leading out for the Dutch Lions in the first of our mixed relays. First skaters taking their opening turns, and then their teammates coming into the action will look for that show off. Communication, I'd imagine, absolutely vital between teammates here.
It's not a lot of verbal communication, but it is a lot of looking at each other, hand signs. There is talking, but here's the thing. When you're at the Olympics or even like a World Championship event, the crowd noise is so loud you can't hear each other. So the really advanced teams understand how to do messages with eye contact, hand movements, things like that.
So it is Zandra Valsabor who's taken over from her sister, still on the front of this race for the Dutch as the Polish and the men start to come into the action as well. I see what you mean by chaos and all action. I'm trying to keep track of everybody who is out there for the moment. It is Turnboer on the front for the Dutch as well, being tracked all the way by the Polish Hussars. It'll be Michel Nowinski who's going to come in for them, get a shove from his teammate, and away they go. The Japanese trailing in 3rd position as well at the moment as Shogo Miyata is out there.
The Japanese do have some work to close this gap. They're not going slower than the other teams, but they're having to break their own draft. As soon as they can get up into 3rd place, they can do this same speed with less energy, and that will also put them in contention for making a pass. Even if they do catch the top 2 skaters, they will want to be a little patient and wait for the good timing to make that move.
Jens van Valt pushes off for Michelle Valsabor for the Netherlands as well. On the track for the Polish Hussars is Nikola Mazur, helmet number 45, and the Japanese still really fighting to try and cling on the back of these 2 skaters. That is Nakashima out there for Japan as these skaters get ready for another turn, another push and another change.
We only have 4 laps to go, so just one more exchange.
Once more for the Dutch, Turnboer on the front, still being tracked all the way by the Polish Hussars. Those 2 teams, the Dutch Lions and the Polish Hussars, looking good as they transition again once more. Nowinski back out there for Poland after Cellier took his turn on the front, and now it's Van Valt for the Netherlands as well, and Japan still bringing out the rear. As these skaters get the bell, and it'll be the Dutch Lions and the Polish Hussars who take the first 2 spots comfortably to advance through to the semi-finals.
Nowinski giving us a little wave there. He's so good with the camera and the fans. It's always fun to see a personable athlete not only sharing their talent, but their love of the sport, the joy in sharing it with others. So we're off to a good start here in the mixed team relay, and this is a pure sprint event. It is only 2,000 meters. There's nothing to save your energy for. Every exchange is an all-out effort. Turnboer stepping through the apex block there. A rare move by him, actually showing that the ice after this resurface is holding quite well. No need for these 2 teams to fight with each other. They're both safe in qualifying position. And it's been a long day of racing.
Some of these skaters, I was about to say, can actually go and put their feet up for the day, but that might not necessarily be the case as we await to see who's in the lineups for the relays later in the day, the men's and women's as well. But confirmation there, the Netherlands, the Dutch Lions and the Polish Hussars easing through that first quarterfinal, navigating their way safely, I should say, through to the semi-finals.
Now, in the mixed relay, there is a required formula. Everybody does 2.5 lap exchanges. When we go to the all men's and the all women's relays, there's a lot more flexibility. But the reason that they're on a fixed schedule is to make sure that lady lines up with lady and man lines up with man, even if there's a fall. Only men can cover men and ladies can cover ladies.
So as we get ready to go in the second of these quarterfinals, the Korean White Tigers, the Italian Gladiators, and the Kazakhstan Nomads, our three teams lining up in this 2,000-meter mixed relay. Shim Soo-ki for the Korean Republic getting us underway and taking a turn straight away on the front, or jumping out rather, on to the front. It's Chiara Betti in 23 for the Italian Gladiators, and then coming around and getting ready to make that first exchange between the two Kazakh skaters. Number 88 is Aglia Leva, as they do make that first well contact, give the energy from one skater to the other, a big push in the back.
The name of the game is efficiency on the relay exchanges. You can't necessarily win a relay with your exchanges, but you can lose a relay with your exchanges.
First skate of the day for number 92 for the Korean White Tigers, No Doye. Elisa Confortolo switching off for the Italian Gladiators as these Italians and the Korean White Tigers come close together at the moment. Kazakhstan still fighting to stay in contention with those two, well, with the top two teams, and getting back on the back is Nasan, the Kazakh Nomad.
The Kazakh ladies team coming off of the first ever Kazakhstan World Tour medal last weekend in the 3,000 meter relay. Now, this is a different event, but you can bet the entire team is riding the high of that historic achievement.
Really good, three nice exchanges from all three teams at the moment. Very clean, isn't it, between these teams as it stands, but it is still the Korean White Tigers able to dictate and dominate out the front as the three women get back onto the ice. The next three skaters to go get a good shove to transfer that speed, as once more it is Shim who started us out for the Korean White Tigers back out on the ice. It is Betty for Italy.
Oh, and a late exchange by the Kazakh Nomads. So that's what I mean. You can lose a relay just by a 1/10 loss of timing on the exchange. Now look, that's more than a tenth they're gonna have to work to make up just to catch back on, and then it'll be almost time to pass.
One tiny loss, although they've done a good pass and exchange here. The Kazakhs, as all three teams remain tightly together. Korea, though, still out the front. There's just no way for anyone to get through them at the moment. Korea dominating through this relay as Lee transfers over to Kim for the White Tigers. Just a couple of laps to go. In fact, there is the bell in this quarterfinal mixed relay. It will be the Korean White Tigers from the Italian Gladiators, and then the Kazakh Nomads bringing up third position. Very clean stuff from the Korean team.
And an incredible race there, really, by the Kazakh Nomads, because here's the thing. Success breeds success, and sometimes just having a taste of it is enough to boost your confidence. And so in a tremendous effort, again, we saw a little mistake there early on. Here are the top two teams, the Korean White Tigers and the Italian Gladiators. Excellent timing on those exchanges. A pass here by number 126, Abzal Azgaliev. They can't hold it after their next exchange, but still valuable race experience for the Nomads, even as the Korean White Tigers and Italian Gladiators move on to the next round.
Happy fans, the locals, seeing that performance from their Korea White Tigers home team, performing strongly to go directly through to the semi-finals of the 2,000 metre mixed relay. We move on to quarterfinal number 3, which sees the United States, Belgium and Hungary.
The American Eagles may still have a little bit of a bad taste in their mouth from the 2022 Beijing Olympics, where they had a disqualification in the semifinal round. This team is strong enough to go to the final. We'll see if today it's in their stars.
The Hungarian Falcons on the line. This party for the United States, it's Corinne Stoddard, and for Belgian, Tineke Den Dulk.
Go to the start.
Corinne Stoddard's been in good form earlier on in the day. The United States coming off victory last week in an individual race, but getting around the outside. A nice early start for Petra Yazapati for the Hungarian Falcons to give them an early advantage as we prepare for the first exchange between these skaters. Come round in the second half lap, and then the second round of skaters tracking them all the way on the inside. It makes it look like there's a race within a race, and now they do transfer, and it's a good transfer from the Hungarians, again with the United States sitting in second.
Kristen Santos Griswold setting up a pass, going into that corner, completing it on the exit.
Brilliantly done from Santos Griswold to give the United States the lead. Hannah Desmet out there now for the Belgian Ice Tigers too, as we look to bring the men into this mixed relay action. The United States still sitting out the front.
I would like to see Clayton De Clemente skating with a little more power off of that push from Kristen. He's letting the door open for the Hungarian Falcons, but he'll take it right back. He's been having a good day of racing, and he's ready to show it.
Exchange comes, and it's still the United States just from the Hungary Falcons. The Belgian White Tigers, though, clinging on at the back, not out of this by any stretch of the imagination, with still 10 laps to go in this mixed relay. The USA, and out the front for them, Marcus Howard, getting ready to transfer over to Corinne Stoddard.
Corinne getting stuck a little bit on her heels there, but recovering nicely and accelerating. Pulling away slightly from Yazapati.
Yazapati for Hungary, and Den Dulk for Belgium. Now transferring over to Hannah Desmet. She's got a lot of work to do, though, does Desmet, for the Belgian White Tigers to try and catch up with these two women at the front. It is Kristen Santos Griswold for the United States, and Bakshai for Hungary. USA leading at the moment, and then the transfer comes.
And that was a better exchange between Kristen and Clayton. He was able to get 2 crossovers going into that corner. And here we hear the gun. That means there's only time for one more exchange. Teams have to touch before the finish line to avoid a penalty.
The USA transferring over for the final time. 2 laps to go. A couple of shifts to come on the front. The bell lap comes for the United States, and Marcus Howard leading, but being chased and taken on the inside. Brilliantly done on the final lap by the Hungarian Falcons. Outstanding.
Won Jun Moon. Incredible pass at the finish.
Left it late, but got him in the end.
An impressive move there, truly, and an unnecessary move. So showing you how confident Moon is feeling on his skates today. A strong start by Yazapati, really challenging the American Eagle. Corinne doing a good job to close that gap. She makes it look easy. Here's the exchange over to Kristen. I would like to see Kristen and Corinne a little tighter on that exchange, but the two girls are close friends. I'm sure they're always working on their timing, their power, and their speed. Excellent transition from Marcus Howard to Corinne Stoddard. And then look at that late inside pass by the Hungarian Falcon Moon. That was a bit of a clinic on what the late inside pass ought to look like.
Really confident was it too, and deserved a little fist pump and then a check to the teammates. Yeah, take that, number one.
That's right.
Confident, strong stuff from the Hungarian Falcons to take first place and advance automatically along with the United States through to the semi-finals.
Up next, we have Canadian Ice Maples, Chinese Looms, Ukraine Wildcats, Katia Dalmatians.
These mixed relays whipping through quickly into fourth and final already, and we've got 4 teams in this one. The Canadian Ice Maples, the Chinese Long, the Ukrainian Wildcats, and Croatia Dalmatians. Finally got it on the Ukrainians. It's been the one that has not stuck in my head for some reason. But of course, the Canadian mixed relay team setting a world record in Beijing just last week. Just one of the 4 skaters who will start in this race today was part of that 4 that did that 2:35.427. But showing that they are a team in form, a well-connected team in form as well. Courtney Sorope on the start line for Canada. Fan Qixin for China. The pink helmet of Yelizaveta Sidorko for Ukraine.
The bow in the back. My favorite part about her racing suit.
That's very distinctive, isn't it, for the Ukrainian all 4 skaters getting away to a clean start in this one. And looking to make that first exchange. It's Valentina Astic who's on there for Croatia. She will transfer off to Katarina Burdic, but it is still the Ice Maples out in front now with Kim Bouton.
A nice exchange by the Chinese Longs, getting them up into second. They got a little work to do to close that gap on the Ice Maples, but they've done it. Let's see if they can keep on carrying that speed into the exchange. They can, and now they need a quick reaction from the inside track. Li Wenlong nailing it, getting out just in time for the exchange, maintaining the lead over the Ice Maples.
Great overtake it was, a good turn from Zhang Chutong, second of the women to go to now get Li Wenlong into that first position. And they've opened up a little bit of the gap on the other 2 teams here, have the Canadians and the Chinese. It's Jordan Pierre-Gilles who's out there. He'll transfer over to Stephen Dubois, and it's Liu Xiaolin out for China at the moment. Work to do for Croatia and Ukraine to try and catch these 2. Looking really strong at the front, 2 very distinctive, very different looking athletes. Xiaolin and Dubois are going to almost push towards that side into the barrier, and now the exchange.
And there it was, a late exchange by the Canadian team. So you maybe lose 1/10 of the second on the exchange, but 3/10 of a second while on the build-up. And we've had a fall by Croatia. They're slow on the exchange on the cover. That is because of the rules: male covering male, women covering women.
It's still China out the front at the moment with Zhang, who had a really good first turn on this relay, trying to extend her advantage out the front from Kim Bouton, who will look to transfer over shortly to Jordan Pierre-Gilles, who's out there. But again, it's the Chinese extending that lead with Li.
They are really booking. This is a fast pace. 1 more exchange left.
There's Li Wenlong for China. He'll exchange to Liu Xiaolin. Stephen Dubois has got some work to do for Canada to try and catch up. The top 2 will go through directly to the semi-finals. Dubois trying to close that gap. Can he find room? Dubois is going to try and take her around the outside. Oh, what a finish we've got, but Xiaolin just covers it. Dubois stretched to the line. And a photo finish in the end. What a final turn from Stephen Dubois.
You know, you've got to love the competitive nature of these athletes. There's no reason to fight for it like that. Stephen Dubois could have said, hey, my team's in qualifying position. I can back off. It's fine. No, he wants to prove himself. He wants to show what he can do. He wants to keep that pressure on the Chinese Longs and let them know, hey, just because you won last week, we're the world record holders and we're coming for you here in Seoul.
Yeah, he was one of the 4 skaters in that world record-setting time, Stephen Dubois, and he absolutely came home strong, just took it on.
A great exchange there by the Chinese Longs, a late exchange by the Canadian Ice Maples. And now coming up on the last exchange, watch how Stephen Dubois closed that gap and challenges, stretching for the line, staying right on the outside of Shaolin, applying pressure to the finish.
A great finish. China just holding on from the hard finishing, the fast finishing Canadian Ice Maples. Both of those teams do qualify straight through to the semi-finals regardless, but the first round of relays done. The mixed relay, yeah, some exhilarating skating from all of these teams.
It's worth noting that just because the top two are going straight on to the next round, there will be a repechage round tomorrow. We'll pick 2 more teams to go to the World Tour medal contending races.
Yeah, still repechages in the relays as well. Confirmation there: Netherlands, Poland, Hungary, China, Canada, the United States, the Republic of Korea, the home team, and Italy as well, going through to the semi-finals of the mixed team relay. It'll be a quick reset of the ice, and then we will go into a quick change of action. It is the women's 3,000 metre relay quarterfinals coming up in just over, well, is it 10 or so, 15 minutes or so.
Thank goodness, because so many of these skaters that just finished the mixed relay are back on the ice as soon as the Zamboni break is finished. They need just a bit of time to reset.
Well, that is coming up shortly. Women's 3,000 metre relay here in Seoul.
더 퍼스트와의 인연은 특별했습니다. 다양한 분야의 금융 전문가들이 가장 좋은 플랜을 늘 제시해 주었죠. 자산 관리, 전 KB 골든 와이스 더 퍼스트를 추천합니다.
당신의 내일을 위로, 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 위로.
당신이 위로 라이즈 할 수 있도록 라이즈 ETF.
그것은 새로운 간장치킨? 맛소, 맵소? 맵소? 맵소 되게 맛있어. 와우, 맵소비 매콤 달콤 짭조름한 가치킨의 위대한 탄생. BBQ 맵소디. 맛있어? 그 손 치우시오.
깨비증권 많이 컸다. 모두의 행복 커져라 뚝딱. 깨비증권, KB증권.
KB페이 다 되는 페이인 거 알죠? 쇼핑도 되나요? 되죠.
항공호텔도
되잖아. 내 차 관리 대담하다.
올드서킷
되지. 된대요. 돼. 결제해서 라이프까지 됩니다. 다 되는 페이. KB페이. 세상엔 수많은 파랑이 있다. 하지만 우리의 파랑에 정답은 없다. 있는 그대로 파랑하자.
네이버와 함께하는 직관 챌린지. 지금 이 뜨거운 현장 분위기 네이버 클립으로 찍어 올리면 추첨으로 선물을 드립니다. 네이버 블로그 앱이나 네이버 TV 앱을 깔고 클립 영상을 찍고 필수 해시태그와 스티커를 붙이면 끝! 자세한 내용은 지금 바로 QR코드에서 확인해보세요.
나의 금융 플랜에 맞춰 좋은 차를 바로 찾으니까. 계획 있는 삶, 여유 있는 삶. KB 차차차.
나의 금융 플랜에 맞춰 좋은 차를 바로 찾으니까. 계획 있는 삶, 여유 있는 삶. KB 차차차.
어떤 파랑이든 있는 그대로 파랑하자.
아시죠? 만기 오면 연하의 KB 다이렉트.
만기 형이야 왔어요. 만기 왔다.
다이렉트 보험도 결국 금융이니까.
KB 손해보험
다이렉트. 이것은 1000만을 넘어 2000만의 금융 흥행자. KB 스타뱅킹. 대한민국 모두의 금융 흥행작이 될 때까지. 더 퍼스트와의 인연은 특별했습니다. 다양한 분야의 금융 전문가들이 가장 좋은 플랜을 늘 제시해 주었죠. 자산 관리, 전 KB 골든 와이스 더 퍼스트를 추천합니다. 당신의 내일을 위로, 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 위로.
당신이 위로 라이즈 할 수 있도록 라이즈 ETF.
그것은 새로운 간장치킨? 맛소, 맵소? 맵소? 맵소 되게 맛있어. 와우, 맵소비 매콤 달콤 짭조름한 가치킨의 위대한 탄생. BBQ 맵소비 맛있어? 그 손 치우시오.
깨비증권 많이 컸다. 모두의 행복 커져라 뚝딱. 깨비증권, KB증권.
KB페이 다 되는 페이인 거 알죠? 쇼핑도 되나요? 되죠.
항공호텔도
되잖아.
내 차 관리 대담하다.
언제 쌓기
되지.
저도요?
된대요. 돼. 결제해서 라이프까지 됩니다. 다 되는 페이. KB페이.
세상엔 수많은 파랑이 있다. 나의 파랑에 정답은 없다. 있는 그대로 사랑하자.
네이버와 함께하는 직관 챌린지. 지금 이 뜨거운 현장 분위기 네이버 클립으로 찍어오면 추첨으로 선물을 드립니다. 네이버 블로그 앱이나 네이버 TV 앱을 깔고 클립 영상을 찍고 필수 해시태그와 스티커를 붙이면 끝! 자세한 내용은 지금 바로 QR코드에서 확인해보세요.
나의 금융 플랜에 맞춰 좋은 차를 바로 찾으니까. 계획 있는 삶, 여유 있는 삶. KB 차차차.
나의 금융 플랜에 맞춰 좋은 차를 바로 찾으니까. 계획 있는 삶, 여유 있는 삶. KB 차차차.
어떤 파랑이든 있는 그대로 사랑하자.
아시죠? 만기 오면 연하의 KB 다이렉트.
만기 형이야 왔어요.
너와 만나러 가자.
만기 왔다.
다이렉트 보험도 결국 금융이니까.
KB 손해보험
다이렉트. 이것은 1000만을 넘어 2000만의 금융 흥행자. KB 스타뱅킹. 대한민국 모두의 금융 흥행작이 될 때까지.
into the final few races here on day one of the Short Track World Tour in Seoul, and we move into our women's 3,000 metre relay quarterfinals. The first two teams in each of the races will advance through to the semi-finals. It is all action, it is high energy, and they are always a fan favourite as well, the relays, I am sure. We're starting out in our first relay, which has Canada, Poland and Hungary lining up. Some of these skaters doing double duty, having just done the mixed relay as well. Relay results have really been spread around over the course of the 3 World Tour events so far in the women's competition in particular. As it is Danae Blais for Canada, first out on the ice for the Ice Maples, who've had some good success in the relays, as has many of these other teams. For the Polish Hussars, Gabriela Topolska, she will speed off. And what's the exchange rules here in the women's racing?
So in the women's race, as well as the men's race, you can be a little more variable in the timing of each exchange. In the 3,000 meter, it's normal to have a 1-lap start and then lap and a half exchanges all the way until the last exchange, which is a 2-lap exchange. That being said, let's say a skater has an equipment problem and they need to drop out. Other 3 skaters can finish the race with 2-lap exchanges instead of lap and a half exchanges. Or let's say a skater really wants to make a pass. They might call to their teammate and say, leave me out there. As long as it takes, I'm going to finish that pass. And then the team will adjust and shorten up their other exchanges to get back into the normal routine of things.
Yeah, quick change. We've already been through the first 4 skaters, as well as Danae Blais already back out there for the Canadians. Sofia Konya for the Hungarian Falcons, as well as all 3 teams tightly packed. And Gabriela Topolska, she hands off with the exchange for the Polish Hussars, exchanging over to Storomowska for Poland.
Canadian Ice Maples holding the lead comfortably. A little challenge there by the Hungarian Falcons and the Polish Hussars, and there's a fall.
There's a first fall. It is the Polish Hussars who've gone down. Ricky Doak out there for Canada. She will exchange off now for Courtney Searle. So just the 2 teams in it as the Polish try and find a way back in, and they get the exchange away for Storomowska again, but losing a lot of ground on these first 2 teams. They've got to do some big shifts to try and catch up the Polish Hussars as the other 2 teams make their next exchange. Danae Blais again for the Canadians, and Topolska, rather it's Konya for Hungary.
So at this point, the Ice Maples and the Falcons can skate pretty safe. There is no time standard on this race, and it's been a long day of racing, and it's only, hey, it's day 1 out of 3 days, and it's weekend 2 out of 2 weekends. So other than just comfort, enjoy feeling the speed, these top 2 teams don't have to push the pace. The Polish Hussars did have just about as good of a coverage strategy as you could have after a fall, but I don't think that their speed or endurance will allow them to get back into qualifying position for this race.
Yeah, it has to be the 2 fastest third-place teams to qualify for the semi-finals. So if it is going to be the Polish Hussars, of course, this is the first of the quarterfinals. We don't know what is yet to come and what may come of the other teams.
Well, and that's a great point. So the Polish Hussars are still skating for time. You know, maybe someone should tell them that. I'm not sure they're putting up like max speed, but that being said, some real chaos would have to happen in these other races for a fastest third to come from a fall.
And the other thing too, I guess you just want to get your athletes, your skaters through safely, knowing they've all got individual programs, and plus the mixed relay, all these cumulative points. Every point that you can get for your nation is going to go towards the Crystal Globe points for your country, for your team as well.
And relays are triple points for the overall team standing in the Crystal Globe Award. Oh yeah, Courtney Searle's feeling it. She wants to put a little power down, pick up the pace.
Gets a nice exchange away, a really good shove off to her teammate. That is Danae Blais again. It is still the Canadian Ice Maples being chased down by the Hungarian Falcons at the moment. The Maples, though, doing it with good speed as well as Petra Yazapati gets out there now for the Hungarian Falcons. The Canadians opening up a league with Florence Brunel. They get the belt and they are going to ease around here. The Ice Maples doing it in fine style. Florence Brunel to finish off for the Canadians. The Hungarians in second place, and the Polish Hussars after that crash have still... So they've still got a lap to go as well. Yeah, they were down one lap, so going to finish off. There is a review underway too, so they are going to check to have a look perhaps at that crash of the Polish Hussars.
A clean start for these racers, and really it's just the exchange that threw off the Polish team, which again, exchanges might not win you a relay, but they'll lose you a relay. So here's the pass by the Polish skater up the inside. Yeah, there's definitely some contact now. Looks to me like the Polish skater is trying to step from the inside out, but potentially the Hungarian skater, we're looking at Hungary on Poland, lane change from outside to inside. Okay, so even though the Polish skater trying to complete the inside pass, the Hungarian skater potentially closing a lane when they should have given way.
It was Nicola Major who hit the floor for Poland. That is what's being checked as she went sliding into the crash pads. In that corner, there's not a lot of room in a 111-metre rink. Yes, we now will check to see the outcome of that review.
After review, we give a penalty for Team Hungary.
Matter of fact, nice and simple, it is the Hungarians who are penalised for that crash, so Poland will go through to the semi-finals automatically. A good outcome for them after that crash, and the Hungarians penalised. They'll have to go through the longer channel to try and make their way.
So Hungary taking a big step from outside to in, shutting down the speed of the Polish Hussar, and ultimately Hungarian Falcons coming away with the penalty. No advancement because that puts Poland in second, so top two moving on to the next round.
Yeah, just 3 teams in each of these heats, so the top 2 go through, and we'll have 4 in our final heat. So for this one though, it is the Netherlands who will be led off by Michelle Velsabor. China as well. Out there is Zhang in helmet number 33, and for Kazakhstan, Olga Tinkunova. The purple helmet, blue helmet rather, worrying about my colour blindness perhaps, of Michelle Velsabor, and away she goes, and she'll transfer off to her sister, who is our leader in the individual standings in the Crystal Globe, the Dutch Lions, Sandra Velsabor, being tracked along by the Chinese skater, that is Gong Li.
And again, the Kazakhstan Nomads coming off the first women's medal in World Tour history in the relay. So skating with a little extra confidence this week. Now, to be honest, the Lions and the Longs are the favorites in this race. That doesn't mean Kazakhstan is not holding on for a fastest third time. And considering the penalty in the first round, they will be the fastest third time.
Malika Yermak hands off for Kazakhstan. All 3 skaters tightly grouped together again. It is Tinkunova who is back out there, who started off the racing for Kazakhstan. The first 3 skaters again. Velsabor to Velsabor, transferring over. The Chinese now with skater number 17, that is Gong Li. Nice and clean and tidy so far.
No need to challenge at this point in the race. Again, considering that we know all 3 of these teams will go through, there is no need to do anything crazy. You want to skate for good feeling, good timing, good for confidence, but no need to prove any points here or even to play that game of psychological warfare.
And would that have been an instruction from the coach to say, look, there was that crash in the last one, there's a team penalised, you're all good, don't overplay your hand too much out here?
Yes, 100%. That's good strategy. There's no need to risk an injury, no need to risk a penalty. might as well just have some good old-fashioned fun out there speed skating.
A little bit of training practice, work on those exchanges, making sure everything's nice and crisp and clean as they head to the later rounds of this competition. All three of these teams will advance due to a penalty in the previous race. Usually it would just be the top two. And all three teams sticking very tightly together. It's very synchronized between all three, at the moment. But then, just as I say it, things start to get a little bit wobbly. The Chinese skater almost got in a wee bit of trouble.
And as we start to speed up, we're more than halfway through the race at this point, so fatigue is setting in. And hey, even if we are being safe, we're still competitors, right? So there's still this little bit of pressure everyone's feeling, and an attempt to do a result that they're proud of.
As Michelle Velseboer still leading out for the Dutch Lions. She started them off in good fashion, and again will transfer off to her sister. Now for Gong Li back out there for China as well. The Kazakh Nomads sitting in that third position as they have done most of the race, and just a little gap opening up now for Azgalieva in third place for Kazakh. She switches off now. And there again, that familiar pink helmet, and I can't.
Chinese long setting something up on the outside. Maybe they'll time it off the exchange. They sure do.
And they got it perfectly as well. And there's some Chinese support in the crowd who are very appreciative of that exchange, of that move that gets China to the front, with Hao Yang leading 111. It's a good exchange here to maintain that advantage to the Chinese longs, and that's what they do. Zhang Yise, 33, being tracked by Velseboer. Still China, as we've just down to the last couple of laps for these skaters. Kazakhstan still clinging on the back. They get the belt, and it will be these last three. Gong Li for China being tracked by Velseboer, trying to take the inside, and that's exactly what Sandra Velseboer did to bring it home for the Dutch on the final lap. She is class.
Velseboer wanting to prove that point going around the last corner. A little close, but a door open from China. That's what a giving way skater might look like.
I love how we say, look, they don't need to go out and prove anything here. All three teams are going in. Of course they do. The competitors in them are going to get just that little one-upmanship.
They can't help themselves, and if I'm being honest, I would have done it too. Go big or go home. Smooth skating by Michelle. Nice exchange to Zandra. And you'll see how Zandra tucks right back into first. Oh, very, let's see. Number 94, Deltrap getting a little stuck on her heels there. Shoulders and hips are even, which does mean the Chinese skater has to give way in order to avoid a penalty. And again, since we all know we're going through, there's no need to cause contact. You can tell she's a little, oh shoot, not happy about that. But hey, that's how you learn, and that'll make her come back better next time.
So 4 teams now in this final quarterfinal. It's just confirmation of those results for the Netherlands, China and Kazakhstan. And we'll switch over to the White Tigers of Korea on home ice. Really hope for big things in those team events as well. They will take on Italy, Japan and Ukraine in the last of our quarterfinals. The number 1 on her helmet, trying to keep warm, Kim Ki-lee. It'll be Nor who leads off the Koreans. Ariana Segal for the Italian Gladiators. Ki Kurokawa for Japan. And then Adamenko of Ukraine.
Go to the stop.
Korea, the White Tigers, Italy, the Gladiators, Japan, the Ninjas, And the Ukraine Wildcats into the action in the last of our 3 quarterfinals in the women's 3,000 meter relay as we switch off for the Italians leading out the front.
This is a slow pace to start with. Again, since there was that penalty in the first round, we know that the third place skater from this round will achieve the time standard. So the pressure is off to go maybe faster than everyone else, and now the pressure is on for the racing, for the strategy.
Transfer over for the Italians, still leading out the front from the Republic of Korea. It is Ariana Fontana. And that black helmet, 105 on the side.
She had a bit of a fall and an ankle injury last week that kept her out of the relay. Nice to see her contributing to the team event this week.
So far, all 4 teams still bundled together. All 4 exchanges so far have stuck, have worked. That transfer from one skater to the other. Kim Gili there in the helmet, number 1. For the Republic of Korea, excuse me.
Yoriati exchanging to... They must have had a substitute. Do they have a substitute in this race? Number 24 is not on our start list, but coaches can do that. That's why there are alternates on the team.
We've seen a couple actually earlier on for some of these teams, the Italians.
And it is encouraged to try to skate as many people in your team relay as possible, because you don't have to skate the final to get a medal. You have to skate in any of the qualifying rounds to get a medal. So all 6 members of a team can skate in the various rounds and qualify for medal. Let's see, Japanese Ninjas having a fall off the exchange doesn't impact the race.
Yeah, still doing really well to sit in 3rd place is Nakashima for the Japan Ninjas. Trying to get their way up into 2nd. It is still the Italian Gladiators and the Korean Ice Tigers. Korea's starting to put a little bit of heat on now as we tick down these laps and the pace starts to pick up.
And that's a good example of, you don't have to finish the pass to pick up the pace. You can just put a little pressure there in 2nd. You can do what's called riding the hip. That's what No Do-hee's doing here. She's riding Ariana's hip, letting her know, hey, if you don't pick it up, I'm gonna pick it up for you.
And those top 3 teams, I was about to say, just about got a little get on the 4th place Ukrainians, but just closing it back up again. In fact, the split 2 and 2 between the Italians and the Koreans at the front, and the Japanese and then the Ukrainian Wildcats.
There is that exchange. You can win the race off the exchange when you nail the timing like that into a pass for the White Tigers, now leading the Gladiators.
It is Kim Gili on the front of this race now for the Korean White Tigers, transferring off once more to Lee Soyeon.
Speed is picking up now. First 2 teams pulling a gap away from the Japanese Ninjas.
Ariana Fontana, the great Italian, back out on the ice, taking her turn, doing her shift for the Italian Gladiators as the Koreans and Italians trying to extend that advantage over the Japanese Ninjas. Japan trying to get their way back into it. It's another good exchange from the top 2.
There's the gun. That means there's only 1 more exchange allowed, and they have to touch before the finish line to avoid a penalty.
3 laps to go, and this is the last exchange between the 4 skaters on each team, and it's a real ding-dong between Italy and the White Tigers, and it is the reigning Crystal Globe champion Kim Gili who goes in front for Korea, and look at her just trying to accelerate away from the Italians. It was a great final exchange for the White Tigers, and their superstar brings them home.
Japanese Ninjas crossing the line in 3rd, guaranteed that one of those fastest 3rd times based on the results of previous races. Again, not a crazy fast start here, which tells me they want to skate for strategy. A good exchange by Italy, and what Ariana Fontana does well there is she tucks right into lane 1. She does not leave the door open on the inside. Nodohi coming up to a perfect exchange to her teammate. Not quite enough to get around. But there it is on the very next exchange. Finally, a big move on the outside by Kim Gilly. All crossovers. She makes it look easy, folks. And I think she's happy with it.
The Korean women be happy with their day's work as they round out their last event, and men still to come in the relay, but some good performances from Kim Gilly and Choi Min-jong.
The Korean speed skating program here in Seoul. Really great development program. Everywhere you look, there's kids skating at ice rinks all around town, really all around the country. And oftentimes it's harder to make the Korean national team than it is to win a World Tour medal.
Our final event of the day brings us to the men's 5,000 meter relay. 4 quarterfinals to come, beginning with Korea, USA and Belgium in the first of them. These stacked fields across the board. Let's see a few incidents in this one, but it is Korea, United States, Belgium. First of all, the skaters keep those coats on for as long as possible. Late into the day now, almost 6 p.m. at night, remembering some of these skaters were here at the stadium at 7:30 this morning.
The women's 3,000 meter relay, we have Palestine and
Andrew
Japan
Hyo,
also qualified for the next
Howard,
quarterfinals.
Clayton DeClemente, Brandon Kim for the USA.
Team USA coming off a bronze medal performance last weekend in in Beijing. They're racing against the Belgians.
Yeah, it is.
The Ice Bears.
Not all. Park for Korea. And Clayton DeClemente in the middle. The sandwich for the USA Eagles. First quarterfinal in the men's 5,000 metres. Top 2 teams go straight through to the semi-finals. We have got the Korea White Tigers, the USA Eagles, and the Belgian Ice Bears. Making sure I've got all my animals in a row.
And there is no fastest third for the men today. It's just first and second place that qualifies for the semifinals.
Cutthroat if you want to get your way straight through rather than having to go through the rapid charges. Remembering too, most of these skaters, all of these skaters have got big individual programs as well. At the moment is the Korea White Tigers, the home team, who are at the front of this field. No Park Ji-won in this initial quarterfinal for the Korean team. You can interchange your skaters in a relay later in the event.
Team USA leaving a bit of a gap between the Eagles and the White Tigers. That can be strategic.
First 4 skaters have already done their shift. We're back to our starters. DeClemente for the USA, Park for Korea, and Van Dam, rather than Laurent for Belgium. Cagey at the moment.
Andrew Hyo exchanging to Brandon Kim. Brandon Kim in the middle of finals week as a Stanford University student, still taking the time to be here and gain some international experience the year before an Olympic season.
Skaters, the exchanges waiting, those skaters going around through the middle, just keeping focused on what their teammates are doing, what their opponents are doing, staying engaged in the race, even when it's not your turn to actually be racing.
That's right. All skaters on the ice are effectively a part of the race. There's only the active skaters on the track that are counting towards lap times, but every skater on the ice has a role. Let's talk about those roles. We have the active skater who just received the push. We have the resting skater who just gave the push. We have the covering skaters who are resting on the inside. In case anyone falls, they'll be the first to tag. And we have the building skaters who are building up on the inside, coming out for the reception of the next push, and then we just start it all over again.
And then it goes again and again and again over the course of 5,000 metres between these teams. Top two will go straight through, and there are no third place finishes in this one, so got to be in that top two to get a direct entry through to the semi-finals.
So notice how the Ice Bears are consistently staying a little wider than the Eagles, and that's actually to conserve energy in their legs. They don't have to defend against any skaters behind them. They don't have to skate a tight track. So it's easier on the legs to skate a little wider, and it's also easier for speed to stay a step out from the team in front of you.
Haven't seen any passes whatsoever between any of these men so far. No real attempt at it either as well at the moment. It's just the Republic of Korea, the White Tigers, dictating on the front of the race, the USA Eagles and the Belgian Ice Bears following in behind for now.
The 5,000 meter, you can think of it a lot like the 1,500 meter, where the first 5 or 6 laps, they're important, but we're not racing yet. And we are down to less than 3,000 meters to go, so I do anticipate the speed will start to pick up, and I think those Ice Bears are I think they're currently trying to time the perfect pass up till second. I don't know if it's going to work, but I know if I was an Ice Bear, the name of my game would be patience and perfect timing.
Intense focus on the eyes of all the skaters out there, though, teams of 4 as they get ready to make another exchange. Skaters tracking on the inside and then get the shove, the exchange of energy and speed into your teammate. Is still the Korean Ice Tigers at the front with Jung Sung-woo. And the USA Eagles tracking them all the way. Here's Brandon Kim doing his studies in the spare time, not even a spare time on the bus. He's into the thick of it for the USA Eagles now. And the pace just starting to pick up as the laps tick down. And the time, or the number of laps starts to run against them.
And now we'll see the White Tigers try to pull away.
The Koreans on the front with their expected home crowd. Park Jung-hyuk, the latest skater out there for the Korean White Tigers. USA not letting them away yet, nor are the Belgian Ice Bears. All three teams sticking hard on each other, and the two behind, eagle-eyed on this Korean team as it's Gen Jang, his turn in the front to make his exchange. Handing over to a teammate, eyes on each other. That communication through non-verbal ways, so vitally important.
All skaters keeping 2 arms on their back, conserving energy at this point.
No way through, no way for anybody. Howard, now Marcus Howard for the USA Eagles to try and get past these White Tigers. They have just held that front position firm at the top as Park goes again.
Eagles getting pulled away from slightly by the White Tigers, and this is where they need to be careful. If that hole gets too big, it creates room for the Ice Bears to time that perfect pass we were talking about.
Just the 8 laps to go, and yeah, a little bit of distance between first and second, and the Ice Bears still prowling at the back, ready to pounce if the opportunity comes. Another transfer over. It is Van Dam for the Ice Bears again. USA closing that gap, trying to make a little move up the inside, and finally we do get a first pass, a first move into front position for the United States, overtaking the Koreans, and it's Marcus Howard out there now.
A courageous move by Brandon Kim, moving on to Marcus Howard, and he's about to exchange to Clayton De Clemente. So the White Tigers having a little better timing on that exchange.
Yeah, they got the exchange in front, and that's allowed them to get back to the head of this race, and the home crowd to get in behind them again as Zhang goes once more. Just 2 laps to go now, and the heat really on. The Belgian Ice Tigers, Ice Bears rather, have fallen away. It's the White Tigers and the Eagles. Now the White Tigers, having lost the lead and now regained it with just a couple of laps to go, will hold on for the win, followed by the United States. Good racing in the finish.
Good experience for the USA Eagles just to get up there and make those kinds of passes. The men's team is growing over the years. We're coming back from a couple of years of lower results on the USA men's side, but Kristen Santos Griswold, Corinne Stoddard having so much success on the women's side. They're really raising the standard for the entire US speed skating program. Oh, a sneaky move by. Now watch this exchange. USA can hold it here. It's right here where they're gonna hit that timing quick up the inside and finish the pass off the exchange. Great response by Clayton De Clemente, stepping out wide, keeping his speed. Andrew Hio sticking on tight to the finish. Lee Jung-soo, a former world champion in his own right, now sticking around to assist the relay.
That's so important, isn't it, too? Because you look at, the timing of just getting athletes at the right time to be able to come through, and there may be a senior athlete who can stay around a bit longer to make sure you're competitive in the relays, to be contending at major events time and again.
That's right. Lee Jung-soo, the veteran on the ice of all the teams here this weekend on the World Tour, along with Ariana Fontana. I believe they're the only birth years left from the 80s.
Oh, no.
I'm an 88. I'm so sad to not be with my 89 birth year peers, but proud of them, happy for them for staying on top over a decade-long career or more.
Here's for the over 30s. Still going hard. Oh, so many athletes, they start so young too, right? Like, it is a sport where you hit top level at a young age. So to have that longevity in the sport is so impressive. As we gear up for our next round of men's quarterfinals. 4 teams in this one, top 2 advancing only: Canada, Kazakhstan, Poland and Ukraine. A pretty stacked Canadian lineup: Dubois, Dongenou, Seoul and Pierre-Gilles.
The Kazakhstan men trying to mirror the result of the women's team last weekend, getting their historic first women's gold for the Kazakh Nomads. It's been a couple years since I've seen the Kazakh men on the relay podium.
Been an up and down day for some of these teams. As Dubois and Pierre-Gilles stay warm as they will await their first turn in this relay. So a couple of teams, like Nowinski for Poland, has had a real up and down kind of day. It is Jordan Pierre-Gilles who will start out for the Canadian team, Denis Nikisha for the Kazakh Nomads, Dion Sellier for Poland, and then on the end for Ukraine, Daniel Biogin. Top 2 advancing, and this is what the second of our men's quarterfinals in the 5,000 metre relay. A game of strategy, of tactics, of teamwork, of communication, verbal and mainly non-verbal more than anything.
Sometimes it's as simple as making eye contact.
There is Dubois up there now for the Canadians, with Nowinski for Poland. So the Polish Hussars, the women's team, had a crash in their relay earlier on, just not that long ago. These teams transfer off again. Dongenou taking his turn on the front. It's Krushnitsky for Poland. It's still Kazakhstan sitting in 3rd, with Ukraine in 4th place. There's Gleb Ivchenko for Kazakhstan at the moment. Leontenko, 145 for Ukraine. All 4 teams still within touching distance of each other, but the Canadians setting the pace on the front through Jordan Pierre-Gilles.
They're making it look easy, and remember, it's kind of like that 1500. They're not really racing yet. It's not like it's not important. It's just like they haven't really stepped on the gas.
Set the tempo, that easy style of Dongenou in the front, followed, tracked along very carefully by Kruszinski for the Polish Hussars, and now he transfers off to Nowinski. Ivchenko again for Kazakhstan. It's once again Ukraine just sitting up on the rear as Leontenko it is who goes out for Ukraine.
Tremendous timing between Felix Roussel and Jordan Pierre-Gilles on that exchange. And you see all the skaters now and then looking over their shoulders, looking between their legs. They're seeing who's behind me, what order are they lined up in, and that matters because if Ukraine is in second, the strategy is different than if Kazakhstan's in second, and that's different if Poland is in second. So they're constantly checking to make sure that they know what to expect from the skaters behind them.
Panning out very similarly to our first men's quarterfinal where it was cagey, just setting that pace and that tempo before we saw the acceleration come on and a couple of late passes, a couple of late moves from the teams. At the moment though, for Canada, it's Felix Roussel at number 5 in the purple helmet.
Ice conditions do play a big part in the men's relay as we're coming around with a 3,000 meter to go. So this is how long the ladies race is, 27 laps. The men now have 26 laps to go in this 45 lap race. And the ice quality breaks down with every lap. There are 16 skaters out there, and this is the 5th race on this ice since the last Zamboni. So you can bet that the ice conditions are starting to impact skaters' technique and strategy.
Yeah, no ice break in between the men's and women's relays too. So this is the second of our men's quarterfinals. The final 4 teams are going to have all sorts by the time they get out there again, as it's Roussel on the front for the Canadians. And now, a first little move, a first little pass from the Polish, and it's Felix Pigeon, the ex-Canadian, who takes to the front for the Polish Hussars. He transfers off now to his teammate Diane Celia. And now Canada looking to go themselves back in front, and that's exactly what Jordan Pierre-Gilles starting to see a couple of exchanges of lead as the athletes themselves, the skaters themselves exchange off. Able to string it out too. The Ukrainians have dropped off the back here, so it's Canada from Poland and Kazakhstan still with them at the moment, and it's the Polish who go back in front. And now the Canadians and Donjanu who eases his way.
Nice exchange here. Donjanu to Roussel, pulling a little bit of a gap. Let's see if they can keep it.
Makes it look really effortless. Donjanu, that little pass, almost like as languid in his style, maybe perhaps because he is so tall. Still Canada from Poland, the Ice Maples from the Hussars, with the Nomads in third, and the Wildcats having dropped off the pace. Stephen Dubois now for Canada. And Kazakhstan getting themselves up into second spot as well. Good exchange for them. It was Galyamitov who made the first move. So now the Polish having to chase Canada and Kazakhstan for those top 2 spots. The laps start to tick down and time goes against them. Kazakhstan keeping pace through Denis Nikisha on the back of Jordan Pierre-Gilles. Another good exchange from Kazakhstan. Heat really coming on now around the outside. Galyamitov looking to stick with Dubois. Polish Hussars trying to track and get their way back up into that second position, but ground to make up.
Skaters crossing over through the corner, and that is another strategy when the ice is getting bad. Don't glide. Step, step, step. Don't give the ice time to break out.
And now the gap spreads again from Canada through to Kazakhstan, and Poland have got back on Kazakhstan's tail here. The Hussars and the Nomads really battling for second spot in that automatic place in the semi-finals.
Last exchange here, 2 to go.
Michał Nowinski has got the work to do for the Polish Hussars. If he can try and catch and get into second place, trying to overtake Galyamitov from Kazakhstan. It's going to be Dubois who is over Canada, and it will be the exchange. The late crash, the Polish Hussars do come in second. Galemiatov goes down for Kazakhstan right on the final half lap to pick himself up. Video review is being called.
Yes, we will wait and see what the official review is there. And something to remember, I mean, it might not be just the ice, it might not be just the pass, it might not be just the timing entering the corner. When you've got bad ice, bad timing, and a pass that's right on the edge, it's a perfect storm, and the officials will review it. So Felix Roussel giving some way here to the Polish Hussar. Jordan Pierre-Gilles coming back to the front. And Danjanu, he's just has a totally unique style out there based on his size, his long legs. And here's, oh, there's the move. Okay, so a good timing actually, outside in, that part's good. It's the clip of the blades that's no good. So what he does is he closed the gap too quickly. Man, it's a game of thousandths of a second. It's just one millisecond later and he would have been by, but just pressed the timing a little close and caused that click of the blades. We will see if the officials give it a call.
It's a really good illustration, though, of how, as you've talked about, Catherine, that gap that you leave to the skater in front of you can work to your advantage. You give you that space to make that move, just ever so slightly wrong on the timing there by a millisecond.
And that's a big reason why we have these World Tour stops, is because, hey, this stuff takes practice. Next time, he'll know how to set that pass up a little sooner. There is no yellow card here. That was not malicious or dangerous. It just wasn't perfect.
After review, we gave a penalty to Team Poland.
Yeah, the Polish are penalised, though, for that last little pass from Nowinski. So that relegates Poland down into the penalty area, and they will have to go through rapid charges to make their way through. No, sorry, not with the penalty, yep. So,
yep. And so what can you do if you're Team Poland? They're not upset. They're happy their teammate went for it. They would rather see their teammate go for the effort and gain the experience. It's a bummer that they won't get to skate in their repechage round. They won't get a final. But it's a long World Tour season. This is 4 out of 6 stops. They have time to learn these lessons before they award the Crystal Globe at World Tour Stop 6 in Milan. And then all of these teams peaking for world championships in Beijing and March.
Well, as you say, giving it a crack too and trying that move, and yet only by a fraction did he get it wrong.
One of my favorite teammates, Travis Janer, used to say, experience is what you get when you don't get what you want. And it hurts your feelings, and it's a bummer, but hey, in the long run, you're better off for it.
Moving through to our next quarterfinal, it is China, Italy, Hungary, and Turkey, the Anatolian paths. The Falcons, the Gladiators, and the Longs. Thomas Nadolini for Italy got the best out of the start too. They explode out of that block and then ease right up to start to get this race going in the men's 5,000 metres.
For Italian gladiators, we have Thomas Nadolini, Mattia Antonioli,
Italy with Turkey Anatolian part, the Chinese Long sitting in third. As I say, top 2 advance straight through to the semi-finals. The Hungarian Falcons in 4th at the moment. As China hand off again. It's Li Wenlong for China at the moment. Sitting in 3rd position still, as we say, that feeling out period in the early stages of this relay. Previtiali for Italy.
So the 5,000 meter is a 45-lap race. The starter and the finisher will do 8 exchanges, and then the skaters in position 3 and 4 on the team will do 7 exchanges. So not everyone does the same distance in this race. Your starter typically has your, you guessed it, your fastest start. Your finisher is typically your best endurance skater. And then third and fourth place is typically where we see a lot of movement. Since 1 and 2 are already doing those extra exchanges, 3 and 4 tend to take on a little bit more of the movement, more of the strategy in the race. They try to save those top 2 skaters for the last couple of exchanges, just in case a big move has to come on the outside.
Italian gladiators on the Turkey Anatolian Pass, the Chinese long, and Hungary's Falcons. As the Italians look to change over to Thomas Nadolini, who started them off, who's had a big old day himself. And now for the Anatolian Pass, it's Wozdak to make the exchange. And China just sitting there neatly tucked in a third position with Liu Xiaoyang. Vast experience, that Chinese skater who makes the exchange now for Li Wenlong.
The Italian gladiators and Chinese longs are the favorites in this race. The Hungarian Falcons and Turkish Anatolian Pars won't make it easy, however.
That's the benefit, I guess, of being the slider underdog, so everyone keeps eyes on the top 2 couple of teams. You can go about your work, keep those top teams honest as well.
That's right. I do expect a pretty big move from the Chinese longs up to the front. They won't want to risk being in the back of the pack very much longer. We are underneath that 3K mark, which means maybe about 9 more laps or so, and they're going to really start racing.
Liu Xiaoyang again. They haven't forced the issue yet, have the Chinese longs, but as Catherine Royd-Adamek says, expect that to come from the champion Chinese team who had such a great week. They dominated the relays on home ice in Beijing last week. They want to continue that form on rival ice effectively here in Seoul. Still Italy from Turkey and China with Hungary in 4th, but there's been nothing separating all 4 teams so far. Now the pace starts to turn up a notch. They crank it up another level as the latest exchanges are made.
And you see the Italians doing a great job. Once they receive their exchange, they step right back into lane 1. Now, if you do that too aggressively, it can be considered an outside to in block, and it can be penalized, but they're doing it right. They're doing good strategy here, being protective of the inside lane, maintaining that lead.
Pietro Segal for Italy getting ready to make the exchange. He does that exactly well to Mattia Antonioli. Italy still in command at the front. Hungary just about slipping off the back of this top 3. Now China looking to just try to find that little gap, trying to make their move. Still can't find a way into the top 2 though. Can the Chinese Liang still chasing at the moment.
When the longs go, they'll go at one time, and it'll be a big move, probably on the outside. Maybe if it's a good exchange, they could squeak up on the inside, but here we go. We are seeing an inside move, hands being thrown up, saying, hey, no contact, I'm not creating any problem here.
Nice and clean from number 22, Sun Long, to move the Chinese longs into 2nd position. So now it's the Turkey Anatoli Pars who are going to be chasing. Still the Italian gladiators on the front as they have led for this entire race, but China have made the move up 1 place. Now they look to make a move with another. Li Wenlong out on the ice now for the Chinese longs.
He's building, coming around the turn, setting up another inside pass. Now his teammate has to react and still make it out for the exchange.
He got into the inside and does make the exchange. Well, that's the Chinese skater Liu Guanyi, late replacement to come into this relay as well. So China, they bided their time, and then they've taken it away from the Italians. It is Sun Long again who made that really great move for China. Italy now chasing them, and the other 2 teams falling off the back, Hungary and Turkey. In fact, it's Hungary moving up to 3rd, but they're going to have to get a wriggle on if they want a top 2 position.
Won Jun-moon feeling good on the Hungarian team. Remember, he's coming off that beautiful pass in the mixed relay.
China and Italy at the moment in the top two spots. Just a couple of laps left to go. Italy really trying to cling on now to the Chinese, who made that decisive move about 5 or so laps ago and now have control with Liu Guanyi. And he transfers off to Sun Long again.
There's only time for one more exchange. They have to touch before the finish line to avoid a penalty. Very good.
Last exchange for the Italians, it's Pietro Sigel, but he's got a heap of work to try and close this gap to the Chinese, who want to stay incident-free at Shaoyang. Liu, all his experience, all that World Championship winning experience as well, and it will be China who made the right move at the right time to take first place in this quarterfinal and advance straight through to the semis along with Italy.
Time of 7:06. The world record for this event is 6:28. We did see a very controlled, slow start. And again, this is just the quarterfinals. We're on bad ice at the end of day one. This race was more for technique, more for strategy than for time. Here's the move from Li Wenlong up the inside into first. Great reaction by his teammate. And then a strong finish by Xiaoang Liu. He's making it look easy, but he's just putting on a show. It's not an easy race.
Oh, he knows the fans in the crowd. Those fans in particular, they want to see that show, and that is exactly what they got from the Chinese Longs, looking to continue their strong form in the relays that they showed last week. Winners in the men's relay and in the mixed relay on home ice in Beijing, which brings us to the 99th and final race of the day, day one, here at the Short Track World Tour in Seoul, and it is the last of our quarterfinals. The Netherlands, Japan, Great Britain and Bulgaria looking to join the likes of China and Italy in the semi-finals.
Other teams going on to the repechage round tomorrow. They can still race into the semifinals from the repechage round and just take a little more work. You can see the track stewards out on the ice using the squeegee to take off so much slush. So what happens when the ice gets dry and you've got so many skaters on it is actually snow starts to build up on the surface, and then you have water on the ice, and it creates this slushy effect. So they use the squeegees to get the slush off. They pour fresh water to fill in some of those grooves in the ice.
So the Netherlands, Japan, Great Britain and Bulgaria in our final race of the day. The last of our men's quarterfinals in the 5,000 metre relay.
A little quicker pace here, and that's something that the Dutch Lions like to do. They don't like a pedestrian pace. They say, hey, we're here to speed skate. Let's go out. Let's make it quick. Let's make it fun. And there is something to be said for what's called a cruising speed. Athletes can hang out around 80% of their top speed, and it really doesn't take that much energy because it's so efficient.
Yeah, the name's in the title of the sport. It is speed skating for a reason, as the Dutch Lions lead out from the front at the moment, with Japan's Ninjas in behind them, and then the Royals from Great Britain. Oh, just had to make a little check. Did the Bulgarian skater Kumaredujev there?
Good opportunity to practice for the team of Great Britain, as well as the Bulgarian Kings. A good opportunity. You almost never can get this many teams of a similar caliber on the ice at the same time. A few countries have the depth that they need to have relay team training partners, but most countries outside of their national team, they don't have the type of depth that it takes to put this many skaters out on the ice.
Ivan Donchev from the Bulgarian Kings making the exchange there. He raced in the very first race of the day at 9 a.m. at local time, and now what are we, 6:30 still going. What a warrior.
And he's got to come back and do it again tomorrow.
Yeah, let's do it again tomorrow. The Bulgarian King might have to give him another royalty, some extra crowns, some extra work for that for Donchev. It's still the Dutch on the front. The Lions are leading the way at the moment. The Ninjas again behind. A little gap opened up between the Ninjas and the Royals of Great Britain.
The Dutch continuing to push this pace. Again, it's not a sprinter's pace. It's what's called a cruising speed. It's fast enough to feel good, but slow enough that they're not wasting energy out there.
It's Jens van Walt who makes the exchange for the Dutch Lions. And still Great Britain just trying to cling on to the back of the Japanese Ninjas here in third position. Number 44 is Kosei Hayashi for Japan, who makes the exchange now. Wesley Yates for GB. The Bulgarian team has just fallen off the pace a little bit, so 3 out the front looking for that top 2 position to go automatically through to the semi-finals.
Dan Kaas here from the Dutch Lions skating out front. He does a tremendous job keeping his chest pressing down to his thighs. Now you'll often see when other skaters skate, there's a little bounce there, there's a little space between the chest and the thighs, and the lower you can press those shoulders down, the more pressure you can put into the ice. Nice deep track there by Shinky Connect. Now that's a great defensive maneuver, but it's also helpful when the ice is getting bad. You don't want to skate through the ruts. You want to start changing the track pattern so that you change the angle of your blade against the ruts. It makes the ice less likely to break out, but it is harder to control.
It is still the Netherlands from Japan, and once again they've opened up a slight advantage on the third place Great Britain team, who make the exchange now for Theo Collins. Out the front for the Netherlands, though, is Dan Kos once more. Japan sticking hard on the back of the Dutch Lions. Now the Ninjas.
Dan Kos passing on to Jens van Twelt. Maybe not as low of a chest with as Dan Kos, but a great, fantastic skater in his own right, coming off some tremendous results in Montreal and Beijing. Shinky Connect, a veteran on this team, and over the years he really has become the glue that holds the relay team together, bringing his experience.
Got a really good exchange there too, did the Dutch from Connect to Emmons. Just try and put the hammer down a little bit on the Japanese there. Japan still sticking with them at pace at the moment as Keita Watanabe comes into it for Japan once more. Oh, a little stumble, I thought, from one of the Dutch skaters. Did see he managed to keep upright and get the exchange away. Into the final handful of laps now, just 11 or so to go for these skaters. Final race of the day, gut-busting long day. They're on day 1 of the World Tour in Seoul. Japan really gritting the teeth to try and stick with the Dutch Lions at the moment.
Coming around to 1,000 meters left of this 5,000 meter race.
They've left Great Britain behind in third, have the Netherlands and Japan. So a 2-horse race. These top 2 will go through to the semi-final regardless. But as we have seen, even though they look safe, there's still the competitive element. Even though you want to advance, you still want to advance in style. Here is Connect again for the Netherlands. The bearded figure being tracked by Hayashi of Japan. Newman's getting ready to come into it back once more for the Netherlands. And the Japanese ninja scooting around the outside Iwasa. Belgium, Bulgaria, still working really hard at the back. Down a couple of laps, so that's gut busting as well in itself. Van Velt. And they get the bell now at the final lap for the Netherlands and Japan to try and finish out this race. They're still neck and neck. They have been the entire race. There hasn't been any passes or exchange, and just about at the end it is still the Netherlands who hold on to finish it off with Jens van 't. Japan coming up second. Bulgaria have got a couple more laps to finish out as well.
See from our winning team here, the Dutch Lions, not just resting on the thighs, elbows down on the thighs. They really were pushing the pace there.
The final race of the day goes to the Netherlands, advancing through from the quarterfinals of the men's 5,000 metre relay and doing it well, leading effectively from start to finish.
Good timing on the relay exchanges. Good speed coming out of the corner, and a really nice save there by Shinky Connect. He loses his left edge, digs the right edge in, somehow just cuts in on the straightaway and is recovered by the time he hits the first block.
No sign of panic, a little bit of experience helped too. As then it was Van 't to finish out for the Netherlands. So a massive day of racing here at the Mokdong ice rink comes to a conclusion with the Netherlands, their men's 5,000 metre relay team, qualifying through to the semi-finals, followed by Japan. Great Britain and Bulgaria will go through to the repechage in that men's relay competition. Confirmation of those top qualifiers. The Netherlands, in fact, the fastest qualifier, and Japan close behind them too. So just shows the pace that those two teams had on in that very last event of the day. Race at 99 and still going at an absolute clip, the Netherlands and Japan, as the teams advance through to the semi-finals of the men's relay. So that about wraps us up here on day one of the Short Track World Tour. Round 4 coming from Seoul. We've gone through the early phases, the heats and the preliminaries, through to quarterfinals. We will start to sort out some of the prizes over the next couple of days. So much great racing to come. Do join us tomorrow.